Okay, guys, I'm back. Hello, how are you? No sort of attempt to hide the continuity error. Yes, I've changed my T-shirt. It's actually the following day, although you won't have noticed that if you're watching. I don't make any attempt to hide the fact that I make these videos over the course of several days. Now, I'm not actually going to continue. I was going to continue on a thread that I started last week. I'm not actually going to do that now, simply because it consists mostly of an argument between Steve Palmer and I think it was Steve Palmer, wasn't it? Just one moment, hang on. And Diego Rivera. Yeah, Steve Palmer and Diego Rivera basically hashing out this issue to do with censorship and basically the fact that they've been quite rough with each other. And I don't think I need to read out any more of that because it's between the two of them and it's the points made. I've read through it. I can't see any points they're making that we haven't already covered. But Diego Rivera does say here, if Ike is censoring people for expressing an opinion. Oh, I haven't done the bloody time, hang on. I've only just started, doesn't matter. Alright, here we go. 1 hour. And start. Right. I'm doing HPANWO radio later, so I might be able to finish this before then, I don't know. If Diego Rivera says to Steve Palmer, if Ike is censoring people for expressing an opinion, that is also wrong. Someone who defends political and scientific censorship is a coward. And proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal trans rabbit says underneath. So Ike is obviously a coward as well as a liar. Now, this I think may refer to the certain issue to do with David Icke and the hacking, not the recent hacking, but apparently something happened with the forum. I don't know anything about that, so I can't comment. But Steve says, not only opinions, but facts as well. Ike has many things he will do his damnedest to cover up. Like what, Steve? And we have Tommy Time TV. Hello, Tommy. How are you? And Tommy says, a corporate, state-controlled state, rich corporations have more power than the authorities do. Gov. Right. Well, I think the two might be sort of kind of the same thing, Tommy. But anyway, just look at Brexit and all the blackmailing and scapegoating we've witnessed from Airbus, Vauxhall's Virgin, etc. Also, it's crazy how a blind eye to packing flat-pack bedside cabinets in a factory of 700 employees are free to carry on as normal and ignore government guidelines. Well, as I said, we live essentially in a state corporatocracy. I know Marxists won't agree with it. They'll say, "Oh, this is just the natural outcome of capitalism." I don't agree, and that's a big subject, but Stephen Molyneux said a lot about it. And Tommy says underneath, I can't understand how a bad economy is £1 3p per litre fuel prices, which in fact is a good economy on to the likes of me. A bad economy is £1.30 fuel prices, or is that a good economy? The pandemic has actually brought me a full tank of fuel for the first time in 2020. All right. I don't have a car, so I'm not familiar with petrol prices and how they affect things, except that measurements used to be by gallon, they're now by litre, which I think is symbolic of European imperialism related to the European Union and Brexit. And Tommy says underneath here, actually I did reply to him by text. He says here, please do answer this time, Ben fella. 4th hour, yeah? Alright, it's the 5th hour actually, Tommy. I'll actually put this here. It's actually the 5th hour on now. Oh, hang on. I don't believe it. I just cut and pasted the wrong damn bit. What am I at? Where are we now? Okay. In the 5th hour of the upcoming comments reply video. It's actually, I want to say, like it's dismaying to see some of the arguments I see directed not just against me but against others in my comments thread. But I get the feeling I think this is one of the things that Brexit taught me. I think it's the worst lesson of Brexit. It's one I didn't expect, and that is that we're in a world where I did think, first of all, that we would lose I didn't really believe we'd win the Leave referendum. Then I did think that once that had happened, that kind of would... I mean, I knew there would be a bit of a backlash, but I didn't expect it to be quite as bad as it was. I didn't expect to see 6 million people signing a petition saying, sod the referendum, we want to have our way. I'm not going to repeat myself entirely. I've made entire videos about that in my Brexit series. But it's dismaying. It's dismaying to see people respond like that. It's like they've lost every debate they had. They've lost the debate. This is the thing. The Remain side lost the debate. They know they lost the debate. They don't care. It's shocking actually, and I've been faced with this, because I'm the kind of person who does ask these questions. I said, well, look, is this true or not? Is this fair or not? And it seems like lots of people, in fact, possibly the majority of people I know and I'm aware of, will turn around and said, who cares? Who bloody cares? Who damn well cares? So what if it's not true? So what if it's not fair? We're still going to say it. I really think we're in danger here, and Molyneux talks about this a lot, and I don't agree with Molyneux on everything, but he's right about this. If we abandon logic and we abandon ethics, we lose civilization, because you abandon logic, we lose science. If you abandon ethics and logic, we lose the law. And then we return to barbarism. We become it's like Lord of the Flies. We just return to a state of barbarism. And that scares. That's scary. That's worrying. That so many people, including my own father. My dad was a very extreme Ramoner. He still is. And that's upsetting. That upset me. That really has upset me. I've said enough about that on other videos. Michael Green says on David Icke Band, are you next for the boot, Ben? Be careful with the nonsense. All right. Well, Michael, I don't call it nonsense. I think it's. I'm careful. Like I said, I'm careful to say things which are falsifiable and enter into debates to explain them. So I am open to peer review. I'm a revolving door when it comes to, feedback. As for am I next for the boot? Well, in a way, I have been booted already because I've been shadow banned. I proved it. I've done a video where I analysed my statistics and I prove I've been shadow banned. I can't prove it. Prove in the sense that. There's a document from YouTube saying, "Dear Ben, we've shadow banned you. Thanks for your content. Goodbye." No, they haven't done that. But with shadow banning, there's no paper trail like that. It's all done in the algorithms which YouTube control. But you can tell when you look at your statistics. Lime Juice and Tatties says, which sounds like something from The Wicker Man. Anyway, it says on David Icke Band, Icke. BBC Chatham House fake as bad as Egan. Jones works for Zionist money. They're all fakes. Right. And Razwan Akram says underneath, how do you know that? Explain yourself. Razwan, you just took the words right out of my mouth. Lime Juice and Tatties. Why didn't you explain why? It's you just made an assertion. This happens all the time. People make an assertion. They just don't want to explain it or get into any argument with it. Would you be willing to subject David Icke to my idea for a tribunal? I've always said we need this sort of thing because I'm fed up with this kind of crap. I really am. It's boring. It's stupid. It's destructive. Oh, we got another long thread here on David Icke Band. Sam Rowbottom says here. I think I think that's pronounced Rowbotham. Anyway, Sam, thanks for the comment. You cannot catch a virus, period. They do not exist. This is just a useful doctrine to sell poisons under the guise of medicine. The germ theory is false. Okay, viruses do exist. They do. The COVID-19 virus exists. But as far as selling poisons under the guise of medicine, well, there's many examples of that. Many examples which are absolutely real. And I've discussed them. Watch my videos on cancer cures and things like that. Watch my videos on zombies. You're absolutely right about that. It's just that the germ theory is false. The germ theory is not false, but it's incomplete. Have you seen it? I know that Gilles Longto talks about this. That it was to do with the conflict between Louis Pasteur and Antoine Béchamp, which happened almost 200 years ago now. We're still paying the price for it because Pasteur won. Whereas Béchamp had this idea that there was something internal to germs, and there was an internal element to them as well. And indeed, he's partly been proved right, because when you look at people's bloodstreams and things like that, you find all kinds of things in them. There's viruses and things. Viruses regularly infect all kinds of people, but they never manifest until a certain conditions are met. And I found this with my own body. I suffer from illnesses that are caused by something that's happening in my mind, and mental stress and things like the chemicals you release from your brain when you're under stress is one example of that. But it's not black and white there. The 6 says you're an idiot. As of today, I heard that one of my neighbours died of the virus. Physically, he was in poor health, healthy partly. That's 3 people I personally know who died of COVID. At least 4 who had it and recovered. Yeah, I mean, I know several people who've had it and recovered. I know 3 people who've died of it. It exists. It does. It exists. Sam replies, you are projecting your idiocy onto me. You were told it, and therein lies your problem. You are incapable of engaging in critical thinking. If I told you there was a pink elephant flying around the moon, would you believe that? I thought it was a pink unicorn flying around Mars, or a teapot or something, wasn't it? Anyway, the X says here, I bet you're a flat earther. This is like a Godwin's law. You're either a flat earther or a Nazi. Okay. Only they can be so stupid to think that the virus doesn't exist when numerous labs and technicians are studying it. I also bet you haven't achieved much in life. If you're going to get in too much of a argument, I'll have to put a stop to it. Anyway, this goes on a bit further. Sam says, bringing up flat earth is a conflation. Stick to vaccines and look up germ theory. Yeah, I mean, X is simply, he's ad hominem him there, he's strawmanning you there. Okay. I've achieved plenty in my life. In my 20s, I was a professional sportsman. And he goes on. Any more ad hominems, you'll be muted. I have zero tolerance for people who engage in logical fallacies. I don't blame you if you want to mute him. Go ahead, but you don't, Sam. You carry on. I don't need to read all this, do I? Okay, this is rather like the last argument we got into here. I'll just skim it quickly and see if there's anything of interest here. Oh, there we go. Triple X says most of these conspiracies are never supported with actual evidence. Well, that's not true. Usually someone's word, then it just gets spoken out by the likes of Ike and others. Though the people lack critical thinking abilities. Now, Sam has replied with a link. What does it say? 25 conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. Well done. I mean, you've got a whole list of them here. This is poisoned alcohol during the Prohibition, gaydar machine by Canadian government, a First Lady acted as President of the United States, the US government used dead bodies parts for radioactive testing, playing football can cause brain damage, the CIA gave LSD to unsuspecting individuals to test mind control. Yeah, that's true, MK Ultra. And they bring up Gulf of Tonkin, the US government investigating UFOs, the Tuskegee experiments, tobacco companies hiding evidence, the FBI spied on John Lennon. It's all, look, there's a whole list that goes on. I mean, just look at Project Senses on Nexus. Absolutely some conspiracies are proven true. I've already made this point about conspiracy theories proven true. And Triple X carries on, most have been made public for years. Well, yeah, but for years, but before they were made public, what about then? Oh, the current hot topic, hang on, but there's the claim of the conspiracy, then there must be evidence to back up that claim. Exactly, well there is, you see, X, there is. This is the 6 X's here. That evidence, if credible, would prove the conspiracy to be true. Exactly. The current hot conspiracy topics have no evidence and many are provably untrue. False. 5G, for example, moon landings being faked on flat Earth. You're right about the flat Earth, the other two you're wrong. There is plenty of evidence to suggest that 5G is harmful and the moon landings were faked. BZ Garson comes in now. He jumps in. Sod off, go and volunteer to work in your local hospital, COVID ward, preferably without PPE. Idiots. I think he's addressing Sam. Alright, so I think I'd delete that comment actually. I think that's... because that's quite, when you're talking about people not having PPE and stuff like that, that's out of order. So I'm deleting that comment. Ben, Sam then puts he puts in a reply here, which appears to be civil. I'm not going to read it out because it's in reply to a comment I've just deleted. But you know, you crossed the line there, Ben. And Sam says conspiracies do exist. I've proven you wrong with one link. In my opinion, and I've worked in medicine, the germ theory was created to sell a lot of poison under the guise of medicine. Certainly, the Pasteur model was, yes. It's got nothing to do with a deathbed confession. It's just one medical model. There are others. The whole of Western health is based on that one model. It's got nothing to do with health. It's about disease management and the suppression of symptoms. That's true. Absolutely true. As far as I'm concerned, they can sell the NHS off, or better still, dismantle it. The NHS is not saving lives, it's taking them. People are now being euthanized as doctors are violating the Hippocratic oaths. I mean, I've heard there's rumours that circulated that was done. Sometimes it was a request by the family, but there's all kinds of gossip spreads around in the hospital, and porters were the masters when it comes to gossip. BZ says underneath here, in reply to Sam, just read your other replies. People who insist on telling you their achievements in life are usually narcissistic little fuckers with a massive inferiority complex. No, look, to be fair, BZ, Sam mentioned his achievements because the other guy was winding him up. The exes was winding him up and saying, "Oh, you've never achieved anything." So Sam's provoked into that by the exes. Okay. And you're wrong about you're wrong about that. It's unfair to Sam. You also say, by the way, do you keep your Nobel Prize for Physiology Medicine up your arse? Oh, shut up. Okay, BZ, that's... Well, how does Sam respond to that? Another wrong assumption. Glad you're departing. You are full of it. Yeah, Sam, honestly, I mean, you seem to be holding your own in this conversation. And you've been attacked by two people in a way which... If they did it to me, I'd consider deleting them. I don't intervene on people in the comments section unless they want me to. If I feel that it's one-sided, or somebody's attacking someone unprovoked, or being more aggressive than the other person, I'll intervene. But you seem to be holding your own here. If you want me to do that, just let me know, okay? Just if I feel that you're being dogpiled, I will get rid of it. I'll put a stop to it, I promise. Okay. And BZ says, "Oh Jesus, you are a flat earther." Well, bye bye. Well, Sam doesn't say he's a flat earther. And Sam says, "Another wrong assumption. Glad you departed. You are full of it." It's tiresome. Honestly, it's tiresome when these arguments break out. It really is. And there's another thread here, and I do wonder what this is about. I do find them tiresome. Oh, hang on. How big is this bloody thread? Oh, hang on. Oh, show more replies. Oh, bloody heck. Alright. It starts by Steve mumbling. It's on David Icke Band. At last, people who can't tell fact from fiction should be protected from that dangerous lunatic. With a bit of luck, Johnston will be next. What evidence do you have that 5G affects the immune system? And Terry Winter says, "So you like living in a police state?" Yeah, exactly. You're going to love half of that, Terry. Steve, you're essentially saying that people should not be allowed to hear anybody you consider a dangerous lunatic. Your choice. You alone have judged him as such. David has never been convicted of anything in court. He has a clean criminal record. There's a lot of internet people who don't like him. But you're essentially saying that people you don't agree with, the people you rile against in your videos, like me, and do you want to think I should be banned too? You think it's okay for big corporate giants, social media giants, to take those people and just throw them out? The 5G thing, the thing is, he was wrong about 5G, but 5G does affect the immune system. I mean, Caroline Stevens has done an awful lot on that. I'm not going to repeat everything she said, but I mean, we have covered that earlier. And Terry Winter says, you'd like living in a police state. Exactly. What are they going to do when they come for you, Steve? If you say something that's against the norm. BZ Garson says he lives in Australia, not North Korea. By the way, UK is not a police state. He is, and so is Australia. Australia banned David Icke, BZ. They banned him. They actually banned him after he'd done 12 tours. They banned him. They banned. What's why? He went there before. He didn't touch a single hair of a kangaroo's head, and he's banned. Steve Mumbling says to Terry Winter, "People are not getting themselves or their kids immunised, and are burning cell phone towers because they believe that fuckwit. Do you think that's a good thing, do you? Alright, well, firstly, children, it's not immunisation, it's vaccination. The two are very different. Immunisation is a natural process by which you actually are infected by the disease through normal means. Vaccination is where it's actually entered into your body artificially via a syringe. The two are very different. And from what we've learned about Bill Gates and the vaccination networks and things like that, and what Dr. Len Horowitz and others have discovered, is absolutely right. People should be absolutely right not to subject their children to that. What's more, I've done videos about this, my zombie videos. As for burning the towers, right? Mobile phone towers have been attacked. David Icke has not incited this. David Icke has given information, some of it incorrect. Some people, it's fallen on the ears of some people who are irresponsible and impulsive. But the same thing could easily happen with something you say, Steve. You could say something at some point, and someone will interpret it a certain way and act accordingly. David is not accountable for that any more than you would be. If he's inciting people to commit criminal damage, that's a different matter, but he's not. Terry Winter says, Steve, because of a fake virus, the world economy is being destroyed, putting hundreds of millions of people out of work or in poverty, taking our freedoms away, causing fear and stress everywhere. People waiting to go into hospital because their appointments have been cancelled, so they're in fear, stress and pain, and some have died because of it. Old people in care homes are dying and died because they cannot see a doctor or go into hospital for treatment. Children and adults dying or have died in hospital alone without their family by their bedside, all because of a fake virus. You know, Terry, it's not a fake virus, but you're right about everything else. I mean, I discussed this in my videos on the subject. The whole lockdown laws and things like that have been completely over the top. Terry says, BZ Garson, there is no COVID-19 virus. It's a scam to get used to living in a police state. There is a COVID-19 virus, but there is a scam going on to get used to living in a police state. You're absolutely right there, Terry. As Steve Mumbling puts in, Terry Winter, if you're so sure it's a fake virus, do what Bojo did. Go to a hospital to shake hands with a few fake virus victims without wearing a mask or gloves, etc. and see what happens. Be sure to let us know how you get on. That's, alright, Steve, alright, it's not a fake virus, okay, but the other points Terry make are absolutely correct. Terry says, okay, watch this 3-minute video about how contagious the 1918 Spanish flu was that killed over 50 million people. You can watch the entire interview in the link. What's this then? Oh, excuse me.
Let me just play devil's advocate. So are there things in life that cause contagion? Like, let's say...
It's called, I don't have time to watch all of this, but it says, experiments demonstrated no contagion with the deadly Spanish flu. So how did it kill 50 million people? I mean... Was it? Did it fall from the sky like in the panspermia thing? I don't know. Anyway, at some time I'll watch that, Terry, when I got time. But Rabbit says here, David Icke has been daring Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter to ban him ever since he learned he could cash in on the coronavirus by spreading lies to idiots. Totally unfair, Rabbit. Totally and utterly. And before that, calls himself a renegade. Yeah, that's the title of his film. Likes to think himself a rebel, although he's actually very reactionary and doesn't like people at all. What? Everyone I know's met David really says he's really cool. I met him a few times. He's really cool. Goads YouTube and Facebook into taking action. He was repeatedly warned by YouTube. He didn't do anything illegal. He kept within the law. What the hell? I mean, he just gave an opinion about the COVID-19 pandemic. He gave an opinion. Incorrect in some of the things he says. That's all he did. Then he plays the victim and hero. Well, look, he is a victim and a hero, but it's not because he wanted to be. It's not something he's playing. He is. It's attention-seeking behaviour from a guy who once declared himself to be the son of the Godhead. Just a big, fat, ludicrous lump of ego. Really very narcissistic. Totally unfair, Rabbit. Totally unfair. This is something, he just simply gave his opinion about something, that's all. Excuse me. BZ Garson says to Terry Winter, what do you consider to be a police state? Describe it. BZ Garson says The Hunger Games or George Orwell's 1984. Absolutely, Terry. I would include Brave New World and several other dystopian worldviews and scenarios in literature. Pierre Robertson says, so even to Steve Bumbling, even Boris didn't think it was dangerous, or had he been reading Ike? Oh, I don't know. I bet he has been reading Ike, but I don't know exactly how. Well, I know that Andrea Leadsom caught it before he did. He probably caught it from her. Rabbit says to Terry Winter, if you're worried about police states, then Ike is not the guy to turn to. You know what he said about demonstrators in Hong Kong. Excuse me. Demonstrating against the Chinese communist regime, taking away their rights. He said they were paid agents of the CIA. Really? Is that is it true or false? Now, rather than just going, "Ooh, how awful," and clutching your pearls, why don't you just tell us, is it true or false? David Icke said the same about those fighting against the murderous Assad regime in Syria. Well, the thing is, you mean the Al Nusra Front? They are paid agents of the CIA, and it's provable. They've been funded through people such as the Israeli Foreign Service, Mossad, Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. All these things, it's totally and utterly provable. And the same about pro-democracy demonstrations in Venezuela. I didn't know that. You see, I did watch Stefan Molyneux's. He made like a feature-length documentary about Hong Kong, and I didn't get the impression that these were paid agents of the CIA. At the same time, if I'm wrong and Molyneux's wrong, then just saying this and expecting us to basically tear our hair in indignation is not the answer. You need to provide evidence. He said that about pro-democracy demonstrations in Venezuela. In fact, I don't think Ike has ever met a police state he didn't like. All while he sits on the Isle of Wight bleating that the world has come to an end because he's been removed from YouTube. Truly a pathetic man. Utterly unfair, Rabbit. Utterly unfair. It's the thing is, the world. If the world is coming to an end, if we don't have free expression, I just explained, we lose logic, we lose ethics, we lose everything. We lose law, we lose science, we lose civilization, we become barbarians, which is what the New World Order wants. So that's utterly unfair. It is if he can be banned from YouTube and Facebook, then in a way that is the end of the world, because it's the end of freedom. Everything you say here is utterly unfair, even if you're factually correct. Even if you're factually correct about like the Hong Kong thing, and David has made a mistake, then hasn't he? But you got to explain he's made a mistake, and he's certainly not done anything wrong by making a mistake. Terry Winter says to Rabbit, have you seen his London Real video? Brian Rose said it was the most important and best video interviews ever done. Rabbit says, Brian Rowe also drinks his own piss, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't take his opinions at all seriously. Rabbit, citation effing needed. I mean, if you think about urine drinking, okay, the urine drinking is a complicated thing, but some people believe that drinking a small amount of urine is actually good for you. There was a big craze on it with the critical mass radio. Anyway, we have Gin Skim Pivot back again for another tirade. What's this? Ike has repeatedly preached about a new world order that rubs out its dissenters with impunity. Correct. And he's right. There are also tales of UFO researchers being disappeared and political activists being murdered in strange circumstances. Correct. And yet Ike still goes on tour and still publishes their secrets with complete impunity. Yeah. Oh, I see the point you're making now. Because Ike is still alive, why haven't the lizard men taken him out, as that Canadian guy said? Why haven't the lizard men taken him out? Well, there's several reasons for that, but anyway, let's go through the reasons you give here. This can only mean 1. He's talking complete bollocks. 2. He's a harmless, extremely deluded Dunning-Kruger sufferer. 3. He's part of the same scam he exposes, planted so that society's half-wits feel safer for having him, always on the case and only giving the perception he's holding them in check. Okay, so those are the 3 things. Now, the Dunning-Kruger... What's the Dunning-Kruger effect? I've heard of that. I don't know if it's something you suffer from. Come on. Dunning-Kruger effect. is a type of cognitive bias in which people believe they are smarter and more capable than they really are. Yeah, like a lot of you, like you and a lot of other people who comment on my videos. Low ability to people do not possess the skills they need to recognise their own incompetence. Right. All right. So okay. There's a fourth option? There's a fourth possibility. Firstly, I disagree with all the three you've just said. The third one I never heard of before. It's essentially suggests he's some kind of safety valve. But anyway, the fourth option, which I think is correct, is that they don't take him out in very, very ostentationally because they'd never get away with it. They wouldn't be able to do it covertly. I mean, look at what's happened with Epstein. Look, when they want to take people out, it's easier from their point of view. They've obviously decided it's easier from then to leave him alive and try to suppress him while he's alive than get rid of him, which would draw attention to himself. It also, incidentally, would draw attention. It would vindicate a lot of his stuff. If he gets killed, especially in suspicious circumstances, it would vindicate a lot of what he's saying. And also, incidentally, this is another point. It would also allow him to channel back information from the other side, which would essentially make him more powerful, like Obi-Wan Kenobi. If you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you can imagine. So you're wrong completely, Jin the Skin Pivot. And you say at the end here, frankly, if the lack of David Icke is on your tablet or PC blights your life, you don't really have one. You fool! You absolute fool! Don't you see? This is not about whether you agree or disagree with David Icke or even what you think of him. You are saying essentially you're glad to see big giants exercise their authoritarian muscles because they're exercising against someone you don't like. What will happen when they come for you? Because if you let them get away with this, they're going to keep on using those muscles and they're going to use them against you one day. And you'll be complaining, won't you? You'll be saying, I never agreed to this. And we'll say, yes, you did. There you go. It's in writing. Oh, and here goes Steve mumbling. Yes, Ike would be top of the list for a suicide if this really were going on. No, Steve, no. They won't. They won't do it. He's reached a position where it's just too obvious. Quite frankly, if I commit suicide, which I have no intention of doing, I'm probably more likely to be suicided than he is because probably I've got a lower. They probably get away with it with me actually, not totally, but it's possible they're considering that. I hope they're not, obviously. Jin the Skin Pivot says, "I'll cut to the chase, Steve. Ike is a Holocaust denier. That makes him a Class 1 cunt." What? Okay, I'll reply in text here. I'm going to reply in text to Jin Skin Pivot. I'm going to say this. You have 1 hour to provide evidence for your accusation. Come on. Your accusation. Otherwise, your post gets deleted. I'll just put a quote here, alright? I'll just quote him saying Ike is a Holocaust denier. Oh, I'll just write it out here, okay. Ike is a Holocaust denier. And I'll say this to everyone who accuses David Icke of being a Holocaust denier. You've got 1 hour to provide evidence for your accusation, otherwise your post gets deleted. Simple as that. Put up or shut up. Rabbit says underneath that. Also, I'd just like to point out that Brian Rose admitting in his interview that with Ike was the most important and best interview he's ever done really just shows how bad his channel must be. Oh God, shut up, Rabbit. To be honest, I don't watch his channel regularly, but I've watched some of his other guests. He has had Graham Hancock on. I think he's very good. Steve Mumbling says, maybe he meant it financially. What do you mean by that? In reply to Trans Rabbit about, well, you mean the money he's making off Ike, is that it? Why is whenever anyone does something like this, they're trying to make money? Steve, do you ever say that about James Randi or Michael Shermer or any of these other people? When Michael Shermer's brought out written about 3 books in the last 2 years. What about him? How's he benefiting financially? Hey, come on. Or is it all one-sided? Is it one rule for us, another for everyone else? Oh, Miles Power. Oh, bloody hell. He's not commenting. Rabbit says here, Steve mumbling, Miles Power released a video capitalising on Corona that focused on Ike and his Brian Rose interview. Brian Rose, who's apparently big on free speech, immediately got it taken down for copyright infringement. Luckily, it's back on YouTube now. I don't like it when people do that to Miles. I know that Sylvia Brown also flagged a video of his, but Miles is, what Miles said about not Sylvia Brown. What was her name? The other one, another medium. But anyway, Psychic Sally. That was it, Psychic Sally. But he was wrong about what he said about Psychic Sally. But I still don't believe in abusing the copyright flagging system. So that's wrong what they did to Miles. Miles is a skeptic, and he's absolutely. I think he's completely. What's this? Show more bloody replies. What the fuck is this? Sorry. But that shouldn't have happened. I haven't seen Miles' video about Brian Rose, so I can't really say any more. But now the whole thing, now it's not work. Now we have it's just an hour. Now for some reason this is hourglassing. I'll leave it for now and go on to another thread. That's hourglassing for some reason. Come on. I have to come back to it later, I think. I have to remember where it is. I know it's on the Ike thing. I'll go back to it later. Oh, up we go, up we go. A David Icke Band, Cosmic Joe Rising. Conform to be cast out, be bailed out until there's no more money. I don't know what you mean, sorry. It's banks and things like that are bailed out, and corporations are bailed out so there's no more money. Conform to be cast out. I don't get that bit at all. Same video, 69 Phuket. Hello, 69. How are you? In a job where people can complain about me, but because of its tenuous nature, short-term contracts, I can't complain about them, and they know it. So breeds a master-servant scenario. By the way, thanks for the BitChute link. Oh, you're welcome, 69. I've put it up on BitChute as well. I was going to. I don't know how many of you noticed this, but I didn't mention it in the video. I was planning on making it a BitChute exclusive, but I was halfway through it, and I decided, well, why aren't I putting this on YouTube? Why not? But the awful thing about work nowadays, where you get 0 hours and short-term contracts, yes, it's bloody awful. It puts the employee in a very, very vulnerable position, where you are at the mercy of your employer. Oh, indeed, and the employers these days are usually giant corporations, and so they don't give a shit about you, and they're not interested in building a sustainable business. They're looking for short-term profits, which means doing as shoddy a job as they possibly can, and pocketing the difference with whatever whoever they're contracted to pays them. That I was actually I was actually employed by a company at my hospital for 10 years doing that, and it was a nightmare. It was a bleeding nightmare. I couldn't stand it. What's going on out there? Oh God! I think is it Ahmed? No, someone's making noise outside my house. Sorry. Let's just go and see if that thread has finally sorted itself out now. Let's have a look. Is it still hourglassing? Yep, it is. I think I'm going to leave that thread. I'll come back to it. I'll know where it is anyway. It's a thread started by Steve mumbling on the Ike Band one. Steve Palmer said, turned off halfway through, couldn't stand listening to the put-on voices for a second longer. Ike blamed coronavirus on Sabbatean Frankists. Right, oh, this is where supposedly he hates Jews as a result. I honestly didn't see that video. I didn't see the bit when it talks about the Sabbatean Frankists, so I can't comment on it. But I know that Ike has stated very, very vehemently, as in total simplicity, that Jews are not to be blamed for the New World Order. He's actually said it in as many words. Who are Sabbatean Frankists? I haven't actually watched that video. I never will now because it's gone. It's probably on his BitChute channel. But Sabbatean Frankists, I don't know. Is that a synagogue somewhere? Is that like a code for the chief rabbi's office? I mean, this idea that it's a Jewish organisation. This is like that idiot 9/11 believer who he said to he was debating Ian Henschel about 9/11, and he said, he called Mossad a Jewish intelligence agency. You must realise that the anti-Semitism card is played so often that it really, I mean, 99+% of cases, the person accused is completely innocent. DJ B2 says, well, I'm going to be using BitChute a lot more from now on. I don't blame you, mate. I mean, I do. I'm more and more and more. Everything I put on YouTube, I double up on BitChute. I've got a few exclusive BitChute videos as well. And this seems to be filling the vacuum. BitChute is very effectively filling the vacuum left by VidMe when that disappeared. And it's really the prime hub. It's the gathering point for YouTube refugees at the moment. That might change. Others may come up as well, but it's still the place to go at the moment. Ravenhill of the Crossbow Sword Merchant 1968 says, David Icke was starting to get on my nerves anyway. Right, that's not relevant. Do you think he deserves to be banned because he gets on your nerves? I don't think that's your point, surely, Ravenhill. I mean, you're not that kind of person. I don't think. See, if a YouTuber gets on my nerves, I just hate watch them like I do Kevin Logan, or I just stop watching them. Grumpskull says, yeah, I've always listened, but half of what he says is just attention-seeking BS, and his followers go bar, bar, bar. Well, I think that's unfair, Grumpskull, but whether it is or not, the point of the video is, do you believe that means he deserves to be censored? That's the point. Barney's Den said, I'm subscribed to you, and I've just noticed that this video isn't coming up on my subscribers channel list. Very odd. There was a minute, it was there a minute ago, but it's disappeared. Yes. I noticed that same thing, Barney, on my phone, because when I go to YouTube on my phone, the same thing happens. I have to actually go click the video tab to see this particular video. It doesn't appear on my channel page anymore on my phone interface. That's like an Android. It doesn't appear on there. So you're not. I'm glad I'm not the only one. So obviously that's a form of shadow banning. L. Shannon says on David Icke banned, they don't need David or Alex. They have others. Bill Maloney, John Wedger, fake whistleblowers. I think you mean whistleblowers. Never gave any name over the years, just drams. I think you mean drama. They have a special agent now, Jonathan Pitt, aka Ben Fellows, Zed Phoenix, and Lee Hazeldine. He's a crisis actor. BHTV on YouTube has more info. BHTV. I think I know BHTV. But is this another? If this is a shill? Oh, hang on. All right, let's have a look. BHTV. What's he got to say? Beyond. Oh right, yeah, I've seen this channel. What's this? There seems to be mostly Indian stuff here. Alright, look, I'll look into it, okay, but L. Shannon, I know about Ben Fellows and about him changing his name. This has come up before on the video, but I do suggest you watch that video, the Shill Squad 2 Ben Fellows, because this idea, people going around saying, oh, this person's an agent, this person's a crisis actor, they're not real truthers, they're just fake whistleblowers, alright? It's not original, Shannon, it's not, it happens all the time, and this is why I set up the idea of having a tribunal, so we could like clear this up, because at the moment we have medieval justice online at the moment. It's ordeal by hashtag. It's not good enough. You haven't really given any evidence, you've just said, you've given a list of names and told me they're fake whistleblowers. I mean, Ben Fellows has changed his name, okay, but there may be many reasons why someone does that. Video says on David Icke banned. There are plenty of other social media sites to appear on. Let's help build them up. Yes, I'm doing that with BitChute and Gab and Minds and on Stellar and all those. David can still appear on there. Yes, he is. He's on BitChute. He has a presence there. Trump has his hands full, so there's only so much he can do at a time. Well, this I think he should prioritise. Digital hate is the same as real hate. Oh dear, people will be digitally offended. Truth for authority instead of authority for truth. Oh god, yeah. The digital hate thing is absurd. I mean, it's like the police are now paying you people visits because they get into arguments with people online, and this person then just calls them and says they're offended. And I've seen videos. They say, "Look, what offence have I committed?" They said, "You haven't committed an offence yet." And it's like, well, what are you doing? I'd say to the police officer, well, what are you doing here then? I didn't realise the police were here to go and tell people they haven't committed offences. And I've seen some of these things labelled as hate. It's like saying, oh well, you know, white people aren't really evil, are they? things like that. That's labelled hate speech. Hate speech. This is what I mean when I say we don't live in a free country anymore. You can't say almost anything that comes out of your mouth could destroy your life. BZ Garson says here, a thought criminal my arse. He's cashing in on fear and death. Rubbish. Giving a nod and a wink to burning 5G masts. Right, you called the police about that? Are you saying he's inciting people to commit criminal damage? If so, call the bloody police. Shut up about it and call the police. People like Ike know just when to strike to optimise their income. He's got to claw back lost profits from his cancelled doolally tours. I bet a book is not long in the offing. Really? Well, you know, I think you're talking rubbish here, right? But just look, try to gain some little vestige of logic, whatever kind of logical powers are left in your brain, BZ. Right? If David Icke wanted to optimise his income, he could have tried becoming a BBC sports journalist. Let's not forget he had a rising career doing that. So, but for some reason he wants money so much he decided to give it away. And give away a very lucrative career. Think it over. Oh, let's just. I'm actually going to go to. Hang on, I'm just going to go to. Hang on a second. I'm going to go to the bloody video because this thread is bothering me. This thread I've just been looking at. I'm just going to go to the actual video thread at the moment. Hang on. Right. Right. Let's have a look. Where's that bloody thread? There we go. Alright, here we go. Right, where are we? Oh, here we go. Jim, okay. Actually, it's the same thread and there are no other comments. Because he's got a sign there saying show more comments, and I've been through them all, because it stopped with Mars Power, didn't it? That was the thread, wasn't it? Yes, it was the one started by what's his name? Anyway, there was one here by one I want to address now. Actually, get it out of the way. Oh, it'll come up in the comments here. Charles Scott says on a David Icke band. David Icke has correctly revealed truths in the conspiracy field and has also given out disinformation. His media presence has allowed people to be aware of conspiracy theories and to consider their validity. Blocking David on social media will presumably lessen people's awareness of conspiracies, which is probably a bad thing. If it does, yes, although it could backfire, Charles. I mean, the thing about it is, well, David hasn't given out disinformation. He has repeated some things I think are mistakes. He has repeated disinformation at times. And he's done an awful lot to make people aware of conspiracy theories. It's possible this will backfire, I hope it does, on the people who've censored him through the Streisand effect. And we've seen this happen with Emlyn-Jones. We've seen this very often happens. You try to prevent people seeing a certain thing. In the case, it was Barbara Streisand's house in the case of the example, and it draws more attention to it. David is cashing in on this notoriety of him. He's been mentioned in the mainstream media an awful lot. Hopefully this will make people more aware of him. I hope so. At the same time, even if it does backfire, it does not justify what they did to him, and I'm not happy it happened. Steve Mumbling says, we really can't have fewer people believing the Queen of Lizard is a shape-shifting lizard from outer space, can we? Really? Well, I don't know. What point are you making here? Hang on, we can't have fewer people believing that. Why not? Why not? Firstly, the Queen is not a shape-shifting lizard from outer space. That's absurd, it's nonsense, it's rubbish, it's loony. She's from the fifth dimension. Okay, let's carry on. Whoops, what's happening now? YouTube's Patrick Patel says on David Icke Band, YouTube will never be the same without David. I know, Patrick. The good thing is there's a lot of videos of David still out there, but they're on other channels. BZ Garson says, no, it won't, will it? It will be better. Oh, really, BZ? That's right. You stick to your cat videos and your makeup tutorials, all your unboxing vlogs. Go on. Just see how interesting YouTube is without people like us. Let's remember, you watch us, don't you? You watch all our videos. Patrick says in reply to that, yeah, actually, you're right, mate. Instead, we need more of that honest Bill Gates on the YouTube because of the coronavirus vaccine to happen as quickly as possible and enforce new laws so we can be super free. Yeah. I like your sarcasm, Patrick, and I quite agree. You're getting a love art for that, I'll tell you. Grumpskull said he could always start a cooking channel or do makeup reviews. Oh yeah, that would be, wouldn't that be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh dear, yeah. Oh. Ooh. Michael Snow says on David Icke Band, this has been a long time coming, even if you don't agree with what he has to say. Don't shut the debate down. Oh, absolutely, Michael. Truer words never spoken. You're getting a love heart for that. I don't recognise your name. I think it may be your first comment. It's a very good one. Steve Mumbling says, if you were educated, quote unquote, by David Icke, it's easy to understand why you have such a poor grip on reality. I really wouldn't be thanking Icke for that, Ben. He's led you and many, many others down the garden path. Well, once again, Steve, you talk about poor grips on reality and things like that. It's all rhetoric. You haven't given any specific examples here. You do on your channel, and I have replied to you on your channel. So I don't want to. So it's a pretty moot point. Either I'm wrong in my reply, or I'm not. In which case, if I'm not, then your reply is meaningless. Steve Palmer says in reply to that, Icke deleted around 6 million posts from David Icke Forum. One would have to ask why. The old and new David Icke forums were and are one of the most censored places on the internet. Before anyone starts to use the excuse Icke didn't know it was his webmaster, that's rubbish. The webmaster was long gone when the forum was deleted, and the claim Icke didn't know what was going on and when the webmaster was still around is nonsense. In the court case between Icke and Royal Adams, Icke has scoured his forum every day. Okay, I'm familiar with some of the things you talk about here, Steve, because it goes back on many, many years to when I was a regular on the forum. That's the original David Icke forum. The one that's now gone, been replaced, apparently. I hadn't noticed. The webmaster you're referring to basically completely betrayed David. Financially and in terms of his friendship. There was censorship on the forum, and we tried to contact this was long ago, and there was a lot of problems on the forum. I know that a number of the admins were banned, the mods were banned, and I don't know why, except the webmaster did this. He wouldn't provide any explanation. David was completely silent on the matter, and that was frustrating. As for the case about Royal Adams, it's fair enough that they actually deleted it. The thing about the case with Royal Adams is, while it was in court, you can't really discuss these things while they're going on in court. They have to be kept confidential, just simply so that it's kind of like keeps any outside influence away. So it's understandable you delete that when it's a case in progress. Fool No More says on David Icke Band, when David Icke was talking about reptilians and space, etc., and any of the other obvious crackpot ideas, no problem. All right, so they're obviously crackpot. If they're obvious, perhaps you could explain why you think they're crackpot. Go on. But similar to that film with Mel Gibson, Conspiracy Theory, he has hit on a truth. Don't know which one yet, but they do. Oh yeah, that was a good film actually. That's a Richard Donner film from 1997. Mel Gibson plays this guy who's actually a bit like me. He's always going on about conspiracy theories, and he's portrayed, to begin with, he's sort of portrayed as like a lovable, pretty harmless loony. But then he suddenly gets like men in black turning up and attacking him and things like that, and it turns out that he has actually touched on a real life conspiracy theory. And now the thing about it is, I don't think the other idea is he has a crackpot. I think it's that the COVID-19 issue has become kind of like the cornerstone of a new breed of censorship. They're using it to censor people. If you talk about COVID-19 in the way they don't like, they just say, well, we'll get rid of you for that because of all the awful things that could come about from it. That's why this has happened, I think. Fool No More carries on. It's probably why some truthers don't get banned as long as they continue with their crackpot ideas. The elite will chuckle and let them be. Possibly, Fool No More, but I mean, what exactly are the crackpot ideas? I mean, because the ones you mentioned above are not crackpot. If they are, then we can just debate it, you know? If you think they are. Fool continues. As many people say, quarantining sick people is justified, but locking down well people is martial law. Correct. The sooner we all say no more of this, the sooner it will be over. Quite right. And I agree with it. Apart from some of the claims you make, I agree with you on the ethical issue. Terry Winter says, Ben, can you prove you can catch a virus by shaking hands? No, you cannot. Okay. You can catch it if it moves from your hands, because your hands are covered by skin, obviously. But if you don't wash your hands, you can catch it. Yeah, if you touch like your face, it goes into your nose or mouth or eyes. Yes, you can. Percy Axton says on the same video, you can always watch his television channel to broadcast his important message. He can always rely on his television channel to broadcast his important message. Right, you're referring to Iconic. Yeah, well, he can. Yes, that's his own. So he can't be banned from it because it's his own production. So yes, you're right. I don't know if there's some kind of veiled insult or veiled criticism there. I'm not sure. I'm maybe getting paranoid. Kev Tucker, hello Kev. Kev says on the same video, what a surprise! A guy makes more sense than all the governments. What are they afraid of? That someone dares to tell the truth. Exactly. Jorge Rodriguez says on David Icke Band, when people play with bullshit, what do you think is going to happen? Well, I know what I think should happen. What should happen is they should be just left alone. Playing with bullshit, as you call it, which I don't think it is, but whether you think it is or not, it's people have a right to do that. They have a right to do that without government and corporate state sectors stepping in and basically shutting them down, putting them away where people can't see them. Patrick Patel says on David Icke Band, you know, Ben, sometimes you remind me of a master Jedi Knight warrior, and Steve Mumbling is your silly arch nemesis, the Sith Lord. Wish I could just hand you both the lightsabers so you can settle this David Icke 5G coronavirus matter once and for all. It's tempting, isn't it? I mean, I do like the idea of a good old-fashioned duel, as I used to say to Slaxer and other people, you know, and the Droiks. Yeah, you've seen my Droik video, confronting Droik. Steve, I mean, I don't think Steve is really my arch nemesis, the Sith Lord. He's kind of more like Salacious Crumb, really, isn't he? You know, that little creature that sucks the skin of Jabba the Hutt. It wouldn't be a fair fight, I think. Conspiracy theory watch. Oh, here we go. I've been waiting for this one. Ben, I'm very disappointed that you would block me over this. To give you a bit of background, I blocked Conspiracy Theory Watch on Twitter. I haven't blocked them here, just on Twitter. You should know my opinion of Icke by now, so what's with this crossing the line thing all of a sudden? You're telling me that you follow Icke and listen to all the BS lies he spreads about people he doesn't like? A never-ending list, apparently. To his hundreds of thousands of followers, not to mention the lies he's busy spreading about coronavirus, and you get all upset about what I said. I've always found you an entertaining and likeable guy. Yes, you're somewhat nuts, but in a larpy kind of way. But think of all the good times we shared together on Twitter. On the rare occasions that I would reply to one of your tweets, and you reply back, do you really want to throw all that away? Oh, dearie me. What is this, CTW? The good times we shared together. What do you mean the romantic night on the beach? Come off it. All right. I didn't have a problem with you. The reason I had a problem with you, I mean, I didn't have a problem with you when you would say things and you'd reply to me and we'd disagree, but we'd have a laugh about it. You know, I get into these kinds of exchanges with people. It's not a problem. The reason I blocked you, so I found out about David Icke being banned from you, but you didn't write to me and say, oh, David Icke's been banned. You know, what have you seen? You said, hey, Ben, have you heard the good news? So you were rubbing my face in it. You knew this would upset me. You knew what my position on this, and you thought you'd gloat about it. And I actually asked you, are you gloating? Are you gloating? And you replied, yes. Right, that is disgraceful. That's disgraceful behaviour. And I'm glad I blocked you. I'm not blocking you on Twitter. I'm not blocking you on Facebook, on YouTube, alright? I'm still letting you post on YouTube. I don't want you in my Twitter feed if you're going to act like that. What was done to David was wrong. You say BS lies and things like that about the coronavirus. You know I don't agree with everything David says about the coronavirus. We actually discussed this on Twitter before all this happened. Of course I'm going to get upset about that. You know, I never disliked you beforehand. I always got on all right with you. I've got lots of skeptics who are friends, you know. But you start, then you celebrate the destruction of the public platform of an innocent man. You celebrate it, and you do it in front of me. Do you think I'm going to do that when James Randi pops his clogs? Do you? What do you think I'm going to do? Do you think I'm going to say, "Oi, guess who's pushing up the daisies now, CTW? Your bearded hero." No, I'm not. I think you. I don't know if you owe me an apology or David Icke an apology, but you owe an apology. Fenlander69, hello Fenlander. Love the accents, mate. Thanks, Fenlander. Yes, I try to make them good. I do try to make them good. I mean, the reason I use them, it's not just for the joke. It makes it easy when I'm reading something out, when you know when I'm talking and when I'm actually quoting. Rabbit is here again. This is silly nonsense. Facebook and YouTube have no duty to give David Icke a platform to regurgitate his brain-dead, narcissistic, paranoid ravings. Or brain-dead, narcissistic, paranoid ravings. You've swallowed a thesaurus, haven't you, Rabbit? Let's see, what synonym can I come up with now? Right, they do have an obligation. If you sign a contract, a user contract, okay, with them. Oops, they do have an obligation to honour that contract. Signing a contract with them and saying, okay, yeah, we can still get rid of you whenever we like, and we can change the rules unilaterally whenever we like. That's not a contract. That's a dictatorship. They are a private company, but they have such a super monopoly they could be considered a public utility. They refuse to honour. They refuse to obey normal business practices by declaring whether they are a platform or a publisher. They do have a duty to give him a platform, in other words. And just because you don't like what he's saying and use all these very clever, what you think are very original synonyms to describe it in negative terms, is not a reason for censorship. Oh, well, it's quite a long post. That's the first sentence out of the way. He continues. They're private business. Oh no, I've already answered that. They're not there just so I can make a living by spreading lies about coronavirus. Oh, yes they are. Unfortunately, yes they are. You used to work in a hospital. You're telling me that you don't care if he makes money by saying hospitals are empty and all those doctors and nurses are lying. Yeah, no, I don't, right? I don't, because he's allowed to be wrong. Yeah, he's wrong about the hospitals. The hospitals are quite quiet at the moment, and I've already explained why that is. It's all to do with the new system that's come in because of coronavirus, where people who would otherwise be referred to hospitals from GPs, surgeries and from clinics, people who go to A&E, things like that, they're not being admitted to acute care at the moment. They're actually being sent back into the community. So the community unit is actually dealing with these things, and acute care hospitals are basically clearing the decks for the COVID-19 pandemic. David got that wrong, but so I don't care if he got it wrong. He's still allowed to say it. Oh, where's this hospital porter's pride we keep hearing about? It's right here, buddy, and it's as strong as ever. Besides, everything is an illusion and love is the only truth. Isn't that right? It's all part of the Matrix. And the shape-shifting lizard overlords rule everything from behind the scenes. So David getting the boot from Facebook and YouTube shouldn't even register on things to get animated about. Yes, it should, right? Yes, it should. Okay, because everything you've just said is true, actually. I know you don't believe in it, but it is actually true. And when someone says these things and gets booted from a major media corporation when they've done nothing wrong, that is everything to get animated about, because it's free speech is the absolute cornerstone of freedom. If we can't think and speak as we feel free, we can't do anything else. So this issue is essential to those other world issues you've just mentioned. Absolutely essential. Apollo Detective 2020. Nigel Strudwick says, looks like YouTube's bot armies are out in force for this one, fellas. You must be doing something right. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Nigel. Some of them act like bots. I don't think all of them are, but they act like bots. Jamelia Jackson says on David Icke Band, This is worrying. He exposed the 5G and Epstein long before anyone else. I'm worried for you, my friend Ben. I do worry. I know you have your BitChute and everything, but YouTube will always be the #1 place. I feel, and if they continue to do these things, then I fear you may be in their crosshairs. God bless you, and I'll pray for your safety on YouTube. Thank you, Jamelia. That's much appreciated. That's lovely of you to say that. I'll pray for you as well. God bless. Yeah, I mean, it's extremely worrying when this happens, because what happened to David could happen to anyone. It could even happen to some of the people who are gloating about it happening to David, and they're going to complain about it, and they'll have agreed to this. Oh, you know, I mean, I've already been shadow banned, Jamelia. You know, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, because YouTube can just chop and change the rules whenever they like. They don't even need new rules. They can just get rid of people when they don't like them. You literally have no recourse. It's like when they got rid of Red Ice, they didn't even tell them why. They just wrote them saying they terminated the channel. They didn't give any details. They just said, oh, it's because of breach of community guidelines. They didn't say which community guidelines. You know, they just delete you for no reason. And that's kind of like the situation we're in. But I do believe there's a natural arc that turns towards justice, as Gandhi said. The tyrants always fall in the end. He also said that. I think that all you can do is stoically oppose this as much as you can in any way you can. So, for example, I'm actually been banned on Facebook from posting links. I should do an entire video on that. Actually, I may well do. But at the moment, I need to get this comments reply video out of the way. But then I will. It's happened a couple of days ago. I'll tell you more about it in the video. But I've started just posting things on Facebook, saying, just instead of posting a link, I just tell them which website it's on. So you just oppose like that, and of course use other platforms like BitChute. Thank you very much, Jamelia, and I appreciate you following me and keeping an interest in what I'm doing. You take care of yourself. Sarah Ryan says on Bailiffs Out the Blue. Oh, it's just like a thumbs up sort of thing. Oh, thanks, Sarah. And Pauline Phillips says on David Icke Band. Great rant, Ben. Well, I've got to. Oh, damn it! I've got to start the. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll just take a. Oh, I'll take a few. Because I'll take a few minutes off that. Yeah, we're 55 minutes. There we are. Because I spent about 5 minutes. Damn, sorry about that. Okay, we're on the 6th. Oh, hang on, we're on the 6th hour now. On the 6th hour, just copy that. I'll just put it in my notes. Sorry, I was just 6th. Okay, I'll just copy that because it usually tends to work better. There we go. Okay, so Pauline Phillips says, great rant, Ben. When you put a search in for David Icke, one of the top results about him is him saying he's the Son of God. They're still trotting that out from all those years ago. As you say, if they're not frightened of what he says, why ban him? Exactly, Pauline, yeah. Another point, it's about time people realise that we nutty conspiracy theorists are actually trying to save them from all the sorts of horrors the powers that shouldn't be are trying to get away with. Yeah, but they just laugh. The majority are doing fantastic journalism, true journalism, not the crap repeated by the BBC, etc. Exactly. You're getting a love heart for that, Pauline. Thank you. And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's in a way we have been vindicated. That's the good thing. We have been vindicated an awful lot with the revelations about Jimmy Savile and Epstein, the UFOs and things. So I feel that we may have turned the corner. I really do. And it's good. I mean, we haven't had any sort of thanks yet, but at least people aren't laughing as much as they used to. Zythantiop says on UFOs, a reply to Morgoth's review, oh, for God's sake. That's it, that's all he says. Steve Palmer says on the Apollo Detectives debate, oh, God, I haven't half triggered you lot, have I, with this one? I really have, haven't I? Oh, hang on, oh dear. Let me just, I've got to check something, because I just remembered something, hang on. Oh, pardon me. Alright, sorted, guys, sorted. There we go. Let's go back to that. China launches new rocket into space as it steps up moon landing plans, and is linked to his forum, which I haven't joined yet. I said I'd join it, but China's new large rocket, March 5B. Oh right, they're going back to the moon again because the Jade Rabbit went there. Chinese new spacecraft to take astronauts to the moon. Oh, it's a manned mission they're planning. All right. We'll watch how that goes. That was on the debate program. Diego Rivera says on UFOs, a reply to Morgoth's review. Why do your videos always focus on promoted shills on YouTube? What is Morgoth one of those? Like Sargon of Mossad and this guy. Alright, evidence please? None? Okay. The problem with the UFO movement is that II is full of, I think you mean is full of shills and disinfo. Aliens are one of the biggest questions out there, and who knows, they might be us. Alright, well okay. Well in that case, Diego Rivera, would you be willing to subject these people you mentioned here to a tribunal? Because I mean, you make these assertions. I mean, if you were in court and you said this, you realise your case would be dismissed, don't you? Dismissed straight away. Yes, I think you do, don't you? Nihilist Lives Matter says underneath, cliched shill gambit. I don't know what that means, but I think you've got to actually present evidence rather than asking me why do my videos focus on people you think are shills and produce no evidence to say they're shills. Well, I think the answer's in the question, isn't it? Mel O'Brien says on the UFO Morgoth video. Oops. The US military film appears to be. Okay, I'll just carry on recording. I mean, I didn't actually stop and save the recording. Doesn't matter. Appears to be of US military craft. The black triangles with lights on the edges are also US Canadian craft. No, they're not. You've been watching that Nick West again. I've been through that. The black triangles with the lights are also US Canadian craft. They're not though. Now some of them might be TR-3Bs, but there's nothing in the arsenal of either of those countries that resembles those vehicles in any way, according with their, let alone in terms of their appearance, let alone their capabilities. Mel continues, the UFOs I've seen close up don't appear to be metal craft, they're plasma. That's right, and you happen to encounter those types of UFOs. I don't disbelieve you. Not a scrap of a craft, not an alien body, or even a reliable photograph in almost 70 years. That's not true, Mel. We are being misled. We are indeed, but it's this idea that these things aren't aliens and they're just secret government technology. It doesn't really cover the whole issue at all. Does any rational person think alien entities would leave crashed craft and corpses lying around for human militaries to retrieve? Yes, because I accept that the nature of these craft and corpses, the alien entities inside them and who built them, may have properties I'm not aware of, and some of those properties might be that they sometimes crash the way human man-made aircraft do. I think it's perfectly rational to say that. No wonder there's no evidence. Greys, abductions, hybrids, all matters to draw our attention away from what's really going on. No. I mean, I've been through this before, Mel. The Mark Pilkington crap. It's all nonsense. It's this idea that UFOs are some kind of neo-mythology that was created by the governments to launder their more down-to-earth operations, the intelligence operations, secret aircraft, covert technologies in propulsions and power plants and things like that, and that the UFOs were essentially invented for that, to launder that, to distract people away. It doesn't fit. I mean, it's not really an original idea. It's actually very, very pat these days. It's very fashionable, and it's false. It's totally flawed. I mean, it draws people's attention towards something you want to distract them away from. It's like if you go into a village hall and you want to have a diamond, you need to hide it before the villagers get there. You put it under the floorboards at the far end of the room by the changing rooms, and then everyone comes in looking for it, and you stand over the floorboard where you happen to have put the diamonds and go, "Look here, everybody, there's no diamond where I'm standing. It's not under my feet, under the floorboard where you can see I just ripped it up. It's over there, underneath the grand piano. It's there's many other analogies I could use and metaphors. It's nonsense, Mel. It's just because you happen to have seen something which is plasma doesn't mean that those are the only extraterrestrial craft. That may be just one particular type. Anyway, Mel goes on. Disclosure? Only when the alien entities allow it. You might be right there, I'll tell you. These creatures can seemingly just dematerialize and possibly can manifest themselves in different guises, including simulating flying saucers. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. There are photographs of UFOs from around 1919 and 20. Oh, even earlier. I mean, the oldest UFO photograph is from 1870 that I know of. These things have been here a long time. It's their planet. I think you're right about that, actually. Yeah, they've certainly been around since humans had the ability to record images. That is, since we start making cave paintings with them. You see aliens and flying saucers in those. Mr. MT says, underneath, great points made in reply to Mel. Exactly. They leave alien bodies lying around. Well, we just don't know. Why shouldn't they? Even if they leave them deliberately, as some people claim. I mean, we don't know how they think, what their capabilities, what their nature is. We can't speculate. I mean, see, do we really think these things would crash? Yes. Why not? Zythantiop says, you're right, you're on the right path, Mel. Have you read any John Keel? He suggests a more paranormal, occultic idea of the UFO phenomenon than any of the nuts and bolts people that Ben is always going on about. Okay, well, I am always going on about these people, but I have read John Keel too. I've read 2 books by John Keel. I think they're very good. And he's actually right. I mean, the Mothman Prophecies is excellent. And he's right. There does seem to be a connection between UFOs and other paranormal phenomena. There's no doubt about it. When there's a UFO flap, you do get manifestations of other things. Like the Men in Black are distinctly supernatural. Things such as poltergeists and those occur more often. I mean, the winged humanoid thing that was seen with the Mothman Prophecies. So I think John Keel is very interesting in that respect. This does not mean that there are no nuts and bolts UFOs as well, or that one of the manifestations of this phenomena is a nuts and bolts physical object with biological entities. You see, it's not a case of either or here. These two models, theoretical models on the nature of UFOs, are not mutually exclusive. I think both are possible. UFO Morgoth. Lofty says, a reply video and it's not Steve mumbling. I'm shocked, lol. Oh, you know what, Lofty? I have done reply videos to other people. I've done reply videos to Stefan Molyneux, Sargon of Akkad, Dave Cullen, Kevin Logan, a few other people as well. Okay, we have Marlon Solomon live in Oxford. Oh, that's an old video. Conspiracy Theory Watch has something to say about that. Okay. Ike is anti-Semitic, and many of his fans are too. Anti-Semitism is strong within the conspiracy theory community. Ike would have felt at home in the Nazi Party. Right. That is disgusting. I'm going to delete that comment. That's ridiculous. Now, before I delete it, I'm just going to reply to it. David Icke is not anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is hostility or prejudice against Jews and Jewish people or Judaism. David Icke is completely innocent of that in every way. Some of his fans... There are people who you might call genuine anti-Semites who do support David Icke, I know. And these ideas are not unknown within the conspiracy theory community, that's true. What's more, this refers to things such as the alt-right and things like that. There is an overlap between the alt-right and the conspirasphere. In fact, Morgoth's review, you could just classify him as part of the alt-right. I mean, I don't actually think he's not really. I don't think, for various reasons, because of the subject matter he covers and his opinions. But he's often classified as an alt-right YouTuber. And Ike would have felt at home in the Nazi Party. That is disgusting. I'm deleting that comment. Shame on you, Conspiracy Theory Watch. And you wonder why do you wonder why I blocked you on Twitter when you do things like that? Goodbye. Let's get rid of that comment. Where am I now? Okay. Oh, yeah, I think I'm going to have to refresh now. I'll have to refresh this page now, because this always happens when I delete a comment. It's alright, it'll come back. It'll come back in a minute. But I do feel enormously annoyed when this happens. It's just so, it's so incredibly what's happening now? I'll try and keep talking to pass the time. Right, okay. Where are we? Oops, where are we now? Okay, right. We got back to the comments here, and see what happens is when these comments occur, I then have to go back and capital the ones I've done before. I mean, I must be getting through them now. I reckon another hour after this one, surely, and that'll be the end of it. Anyway, I'm just getting through them now. I've got to do the HPANWO show at 8 actually, so I'll probably only do one more hour after this before that. Let's keep going. But I'm glad I deleted that damn awful comment calling David a. Here we go. Right. Videos from the underground says on the same video, 9/11, UFOs, paranormal, all mixed together, depending upon a person's varying levels of mental constipation. You're right. I think you're referring here to the cultic milieu, as Lindsay Porter calls it. It's true. I mean, if you get a group of people who believe in UFOs together, and you say, how many of you think 9/11 is an inside job? Probably over half will put their hands up. If you as opposed to an average number of people, where it's like about 15% or something. Again, you get an overlap, a massive overlap, almost like a fitting together of people who believe in ghosts and other things. That's the cultic milieu. Well, I don't like that term, but that's what it's known as. Videos from the underground carries on. Depending upon a person's varying levels of mental. Okay, one does not mix with the other. Well, they do, don't they? I mean, they do, very much so. If I were an alien, I would steer clear of this planet, as it's full of developmentally deficient Neanderthals. It's hard to communicate with beings of limited mental and spiritual capacity. Oh, yeah, well, I do sometimes wonder if there is an element to that, actually, that the policy that extraterrestrials appear to have towards us is based partly on our own nature. Since we fell from grace, as it says in the Bible, which I think is an allegory of a reality, we have a kind of it's possible we don't match their own biospirit closely enough for us to interact in any other way. So you may be right about the last thing you said. Oh, we have Bobby Davro now. It's actually it's not. You're not the same Bobby Davro as the comedian, are you? Okay, but this is on David Icke Band. Nothing personal against David Icke. However, he has very clearly cleverly stolen, and no doubt studied intensely Islamic teachings on the Dajjal, the Dajjalic system, jinns, and general end-time prophecies according to Islam. It could be, because the Dajjal, that is the Antichrist, is due to come after the 15th Imam. I mean, I know there's these groups of people who they hand out leaflets on the street claiming that the 15th Imam is already here, who is kind of like he's rather like a John the Baptist figure in Christianity, but is actually there to herald the second coming of Jesus. At which time there'll be the end times, this sort of thing. It's very similar to the Christian vision, actually, they have in Islam. But anyway, you say stolen, maybe not the right word, because he studied, but stolen? He may just be simply drawing on it. It's not stealing to actually look at some information and that. But anyway, Bobby carries on here. David then puts his own spin on it and takes credit for it. Does he? I mean, if he's done that, then that's wrong. You can't like purloin and appropriate someone else's ideas. You have to at least credit them for it. In his recent London Real interview, he speaks about jinn and their influence on the world through the elites. So why can't David just admit Islam is the truth? The jinn the jinn are figures from Middle Eastern mythology, but actually refer to interdimensional beings, and which are made of smokeless fire, and are not. They are not just because the idea comes from the Middle East doesn't mean that they are actually unique to the Middle East, nor just because Islam happens to be the dominant faith of the Middle East. This does not mean that Islam is the truth just because you talk about the jinn. I've referred to the jinn too. I'm not a Muslim. Everyone who agrees we are now heading towards a world government run by elites and our basic rights are taken away every day, taken away day by day, are at the same time continuing the same ignorance and misinformation towards Islam. Are we? Okay, question is, are people seeking truths that suit their own agenda, or should you be seeking the truth whatever it happens to be? Well, the second, obviously. The Dajjal has one eye, and his time is coming soon. The world is being prepared. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, spoke about all the prophets, warned their people about him, but as he was the last prophet, Allah had revealed to him some descriptions about the Dajjal having one eye. Allah also revealed that the world has not faced a greater tribulation as that when the Dajjal comes. Alright, the one eye, I think this is referring to the single eye of the Illuminati pyramid. In fact, you come on to this. I'll just say that I got a feeling you're going to talk about the various people such as Jay-Z and Beyonce and Katy Perry and people going like that all the time, covering one eye in their promotional material. So does Lady Gaga. It is satanic symbolism. Yeah, it's symbolic of the Illuminati. But anyway, I'll let you carry on. The one symbol is everywhere, from the Illuminati to music videos. Yeah, I think we're thinking along similar terms, Bobby. Although I think you're unfair to David, or I think you're unfair. I think you're unfair to David saying that he about his attitude to Islam. Anyway, Ben, you are very ignorant, slamming Islam. Well, why is it? I'm very ignorant. I just don't believe it. I mean, I live with two Muslims actually, and I've served alongside many Muslims. And one guy actually tried to convert me. He showed me videos of a preacher, and it just didn't make sense. I'm sorry, I don't think it makes sense. This doesn't mean that Islam is without any wisdom at all. It doesn't mean that a lot of its faith, along with Judaism and Christianity, includes things that are symbolic of the relationship between man and the divine. I'm not saying that, so I'm not slamming Islam. I'm saying I don't believe that simply just reading a book and then saying, well, that's the whole truth, is correct. There's a lot of Gnostic Muslims like the Sufis who would agree with me on that. Anyway, Bobby carries on. You believe in UFOs and aliens, so why ignore Islam? I don't understand that. I don't understand why. That's a bit of a non sequitur, isn't it? Okay. One of the three great monotheistic religions, which repeats many times in the Holy Quran, Allah, the Lord of the worlds, each to their own. It's not my loss, but yours. Go ahead, Ben. Delete the comment. You're just as bad as the ones you complain about. Oh dear, Bobby. You talk a lot of sense sometimes, but then you say stupid things as well. I haven't deleted your comment. I've just replied to your comment. I think what you're saying is that because I'm interested in what these faiths have to say. I'm interested in what ancient texts have to say, including the Holy Quran and other texts from the Middle East, and indeed the others such as the Hadith, the Bible, the Talmud, the Torah. There is truth within those texts. It doesn't mean, the thing is, in order to actually to go from that to saying the Shahada, that is the fundamentals of Islam, which is that there's none but the one God, and Muhammad is his prophet. I'm afraid I don't believe that to be the case. And I'll accept that when the end times come, right? If I was wrong, obviously I'm heading for the lake of fire, but I'll own that. It's my responsibility. But I would just say in my defence, this is where the evidence led me. Okay, so you say some of the things you say here are true, and the rest of it is just unfair nonsense, both to myself and to David. Anyway, moving on to UFOs, Morgoth again. Steve071 says, I like The Invaders, a Quinn Martin production. The final episode was a big letdown, though. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to probably watch it again, you know, Steve. I haven't watched it since I was a little kid. But yeah, The Invaders, creatures from another planet. It all began one day on a lonely highway in a deserted diner, and yeah, so and so must now convince a disbelieving world. Oh yeah. Chris Bird says on UFO Morgoth says a lot without saying much at all. Is he deserving of a reply? Yeah, I think so, Chris. He doesn't. I think he does make a point. I think it's incorrect, but he makes some points in this video which are deserving as a reply. And Chris goes on. At least Steve Mumbling has a laughable drawl, even if he's not been out of the house very often. Even though he's driving along in his Holden. But Morgoth, yeah, he does actually make. And it's obvious Morgoth, I'd say, has not studied the UFO subject very closely. He's had a look at it. He's learned. I think he's made an effort to learn some aspects of it, but he probably hasn't learned as much as he needs to. Having said that, you know, he makes a point which I think I've managed to correct him, if that helps at all. Steve Mumbling says on UFO Morgoth, telling yourself the Roswell ET story over and over again doesn't make it so. There's zero evidence to support the ET story and overwhelming evidence to support. Alright, dearie me. You're repeating yourself, Steve, and I've already answered to you. And talking of balloons, why don't you do a reply to Mick West regarding this video, or to Bertie Slack regarding this video? That should be fun. Alright, well, I've seen the Mick West video. Let's have a look at it. I've not seen the Bertie Slack one, have I? What's this?
The downsun side of the lander is lit up.
Oh, it's to do with... Yeah, okay, well, maybe I'll tackle the Bertie Slack one at some point. I've already looked at the Mick West video. He just says it's a... Oh, I've left a comment on his video. I don't have time to do any more than that, okay? Zythantiops says, no, Steve, hang on. Excuse me. No, Steve, all Ben has to do is say that the Chinese footage doesn't look real to him and come up with a few you would have thought statements in order for him to believe that he has crushed your argument like a flea and thus rendered your ramblings to have no effect on reality. Alright, look, Zythantiops, if you want to speak for me, go ahead, you do a reply to Steve then, alright? I mean, it seems I'm superfluous in this conversation, aren't I? Oh, we got a long thread now, and it's on UFO Morgoth. Oh, Steve's once again published his thing about... Oh, bloody heck. Steve has once again published his things about Cavett and that, all about that particular book, which we've already gone into. I am not... There's actually a thread here, but I'm not going to read. I'm not going to read out. I'm not even going to read, let alone read, this thing that I've already seen before. I've already dealt with before. Project Mogul, it's all nonsense, Steve. It's all nonsense. I know I'm just making an assertion, but you know, I don't have time to go into details right now. When you're writing a bloody comment, you do. I don't when I'm replying to comments. But I might, if you, I'll probably do another bloody comment reply video to you, won't I? Fuck it. Oh, but yeah. Honestly, man, honestly, there was absolutely nothing at all that suggests that Project Mogul explains away Roswell. It doesn't. And here we have here Charles Scott. Here, this is disinformation. He says, "This is disinformation." Wait, let me go back. About Marcel, yeah, not only Marcel but Blanchard. They said they had extraterrestrial spacecraft in their possession. Yes, indeed, Marcel said so twice, 31 years apart. Some, if not all, of the dead detail of military personnel who went to the crash site identified extraterrestrial technology. There's some YouTube links here. There's a Roswell Proof website, which is very good. Colonel Blanchard ordered Major Marcel with the details of military personnel to investigate the crash site. Correct. And he brings up Walter Haut. Good. It's almost like I'm echoing you, Charles, here, but I knew where you were going to go to Haut next. In Lieutenant Walter Haut's affidavit, he mentioned he saw a craft and crew from outer space. Yes, and he was the base press officer. It was Blanchard, not Marcel, who ordered Lieutenant Walter Haut to issue a statement to the media. that they had a flying saucer in their possession. Yes. Charles, if you read Roswell Rising, you would love it. I tell you, I don't want to make this a plug, but honestly, you'd love the book. You really would. I question Cavitt's reliability as a witness. Yeah, I actually I don't have time to go into it now, but I read the bloody Roswell reveal thing, not the final declassification, whatever it was, which is a ridiculous name to give it. But there's basically a link here about Cavitt. Here we go. Sorry. Head of Army Counterintelligence Corps at Roswell, he accompanied Marcel to the debris field. Cavitt told a highly inconsistent story, originally claiming to never being at Roswell or never being involved. His following account of the tiny crash site is contradicted by everyone else, including Mac Brazel's account, and is in stark contrast to the AF's present-day giant mogul balloon theory. Yeah, Cavitt basically retold the original 1947 weather balloon story. There are approximately 30 witnesses, first-hand, second-hand, etc., testifying on camera. I've seen that video, I know what it is, stating extraterrestrial bodies and or extraterrestrial technology. It's extremely improbable these witnesses are all incorrect. Therefore, Roswell was an extraterrestrial spacecraft. It was very probable that Cavitt is either lying or never found anything that indicated extraterrestrial technology. I agree, Charles. I mean, the thing about the Cavitt thing going into that ridiculous 1995 book, the final declassification book, is just it's just too convenient. They happened to find a guy that was singing the right tune, and so they put him in front of a mic. It's that simple. And Steve has, because of his biases, I know we have, look, I have biases, Steve, we all have biases in this, but Steve has basically embraced this explanation because it's telling him what he wants to hear. And Steve replies immediately, Charles, keep telling yourself that, Charles lol. You're like Ben. You want the Roswell nonsense to be true so desperately that you'll always deny any evidence to the contrary. Other way round, Steve. It's you who want so badly for Roswell to be explicable in non-ET terms that you desperately want that. You deny any evidence to the contrary. Charles says, "Oh, Charles, can you read my mind?" Steve mumbling, "I think your comment is more applicable to you rather than me. If I went down the route of desperately wanting anything to be true, I would soon be exposed as non-compos mentis, analysing information. I analyse all evidence presented to me and combine it with mathematical probabilities to formulate a likelihood for or against an event happening, something you haven't demonstrated to me." Steve mumbling says, "Charles Scott, have you ever been diagnosed with..." Oh, good grief. Okay, I'm not going to read that. As Charles says, drivel, yeah, as evidenced by your comments on the following hyperlink. And these are links to... I think you've posted links before, and they are relevant here. Yeah, these... let me just check. Oh, right, it's... Yeah, this is the UFO... Reply to comments 26. I was expecting this to be one of Steve's videos, but yeah, basically he makes the same points in them. Alright, Steve, I'm not going to read any things where you talk about Charles having a mental health condition. I really don't. That's so stupid. So I'm going to skip that bit there. I'll just go to this bit. It doesn't bother you that your beliefs align with someone who seriously believes the Queen of England is a shape-shifting lizard from outer space? Well, is she or is she not, Steve? If she's not, then you might have a point. But if she is, then your point is actually disproved, isn't it? Don't you think that speaks volumes for your ability to tell fact from fiction? Rhetoric, no argument. It's not just the Roswell nonsense, is it? You believe every bullshit conspiracy theory there is. That's an ad hominem attack. That's I mean, honestly, anyone playing fallacy bingo, get your cards out, please, because Steve mumbling here he's gonna win you the bloody full house. Here we go. Don't forget to feed the cuckoos if you can find them in those clouds. Perhaps you should consider a change of medication. Oh, shut up, Steve. Honestly, shut your face. Charles Scott says it would be foolish for anyone to be diagnosed by you. As I've told you before, the overall evidence is for me is David Icke was given disinformation about shape-shifting lizard by an intelligence operation so that the mass population would view Icke as an idiot and disregard all the truth revealed by Icke. I think you're incorrect there, Charles. I've actually done an entire article about this, because the Rich Planet did a show. Richard E. Hall, Andrew Johnson, they did like a dialogue about this, and I did a review of it. But I think I covered that on a previous video. I'm sure I did. Anyway, carry on. You must have a poor memory. I've already said that the flat Earth theory is nonsense, as implied above. I'm sure you did, Charles, but the problem is, it's just so convenient for like labelling us all as nutcases, isn't it? They can say now, oh, if you believe in some of the things we talk about here, it doesn't matter how rational your case is. Someone will say, I suppose you think the Earth is flat too. And unfortunately, in this day and age, they'd be right about some people, but it gives them the opportunity to strawman us, to tar us all with the same brush. That's why Steve loves it so much. As I implied above, I've already told you I would soon be exposed as non-compos mentis if I believed all conspiracy theories are true. You have demonstrated you are non-compos mentis. Okay. Steve mumbling says, Charles Scott, you have confirmed... Alright, that's enough of that. You're not very bright, are you, Charles? Ad hominem attack. It's only paranoid dimwits that take Ike seriously or believe 9/11 was an inside job, or alien spacecraft come here and crash, or 5G is going to kill us, etc., etc. Alright, paranoid dimwits is an ad hominem. It's also poisoning the well. That's 2. I think I've got at least a line now. Yeah, just one more and I'll get my bottle of Asti Spumante from the table in the corner. Yeah, so firstly, you're saying that people who believe something, 9/11, spacecraft, 5G, etc., are paranoid dimwits per se, along with those who take Ike seriously. Well, that's poisoning the well. Okay. All right, that's enough of that. Charles says, Steve mumbling, you obviously think Roswell was terrestrial material. This shows you are... Okay, because you think all incorrect, because you think all 30 witnesses testifying on camera are incorrect. I rest my case. Charles also says under here, okay, yeah, I'm not going to go into this. These accusations of mental health Steve is giving are ridiculous. So I'm not going to address that. Are just they do cross the line. I'm not going to read those out. I listen to what Ben says and choose whether to believe it or not. Naturally, I align with Ben if I agree with what he says. I didn't say I take Ike seriously, though he does speak truths and give out disinformation. As I've said to you before, demolition and aeroplanes do not turn solids under falling gravity into dust. A non-conventional explanation is the only possible answer to 9/11. An energy weapon is plausible, or an inside job most likely. I haven't investigated 5G material. Only dimwits think all 30 witnesses testifying on camera are incorrect. Lol. And Charles then says underneath, I await your drivel. Steve Bowling says, I think we're winding down here now. Lol, I always thought you were just another nutter. As I said above, I'm not answering the question tells us all we need to know. And Steve carries on. Ben tells us he seriously believes the Queen of England is a shape-shifting lizard from outer space. That's why I can understand you aligning with him. Have you ever bumped into each other in the shrink's way? Okay, shut up, Steve. And he says underneath, they're all fantasists and liars. If you can't tell that's the case, you obviously can't tell fact from fiction. I'll bet that's part of your diagnosis. Poor grip on reality. Oh no, Steve, this is simply not fair. It's honest. Do you think you can change 2 + 2 = 4 into 2 + 2 = 5? If you just say anyone who thinks 2 + 2 = 4 is a loony who is talking a steaming pile and they're mentally ill. Do you think that? If not, well, shut up then. Please stick to logic. Tommy Time TV. Hi Tommy. This is on Return to Probe. Oh, this is an old one. This is one of my Probe videos from years ago. Did Ray Archer ever write a book? It'd be interesting to have a read. As far as I know, Tommy, Ray has only still got his notebooks. I don't know if he's ever put them into publishable form. Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say. Tommy also says on David Icke Band, I honestly believe if Trump wasn't the president of the free world, he would be banned by now. Oh, God, absolutely. In fact, he nearly did get banned, didn't he? He nearly got banned from Twitter. That was funny. I mean, honestly, that to have the US president banned from Twitter would probably be the ultimate Streisand effect imaginable. It really would. All right, Rachel's Eyes book review. Okay, this is a book I read and reviewed. Terry Butler says, I just purchased this book for my daughter who has this exact spelling of her name. I stumbled across the book to the fact of the odd spelling of Rachel. My daughter is 25. I've never found this spelling until the book also. Until this book also. And also, sorry, until this book, full stop. Also, we are alien fanatics. Oh, right, Terry. Well, it's funny that you gave your daughter that unusual spelling, which is R-A-E-C-H-E-L. Normally it's R-A-C-H-A-E-L or R-A-C-H-E-L. That's the normal spellings for Rachel. But your daughter has that unusual spelling too. But you gave her that name before you knew, obviously 25 years ago. And you're alien fanatics now. I mean, that's interesting. Maybe something subconscious. In fact, if it was 25 years ago, if she's 25 years old, this book wasn't actually written then. But that's an odd little bit of synchronicity there, Terry, isn't it? But I hope you enjoyed it. I hope she enjoys it, Terry, and you do as well. Okay, UFOs are applied to Morgoth's review. Steve says here, unless an ET craft lands on the White House lawn, the only way we will know for sure ETs are out there is if the SETI project hears them. Not true. The SETI project will provide corroborated evidence of the existence of ETs by having any synthetic ET signals verified by a number of radio observatories. But that is true, actually. Obviously, the SETI project, if there are signals out there from aliens, the SETI project will locate them. But that's, in a sense, it's a separate point to the one about UFOs. In fact, I've done an entire talk on this. There's several versions of it that I've uploaded, called SETI and UFOs. The US government may have mentioned UFOs, or whatever they call them these days, but they have never mentioned alien spacecraft, have they? They haven't used the word alien spacecraft, Steve, but they have mentioned an unidentified aerial phenomenon and various other code words for things in the sky which they can't identify. They don't appear. They're certainly not US hardware. They don't appear to be hardware from foreign powers, foreign governments, or private individuals. So they don't want to go to the point where they state positively these are extraterrestrial, non-human intelligences create these things. But the implication is there, reading between the lines. So you're incorrect where you say they've never mentioned alien spacecraft, but in a de facto sense. There's nothing silly about SETI. It's our best chance to finding out if there's intelligent life out there. No, it's not, Steve. SETI is, as Stanton Friedman says, a silly effort to investigate. And Stephen Bassett was even more scathing about it. It's directing funds, it's directing money, it's directing attention into looking in the wrong place for something. I actually admit that it's possible that SETI will succeed, that the project will succeed. In fact, it's quite likely in the long run that it will succeed. But the point is that it won't have any bearing. It won't have any bearing at all. These are cross purposes we're talking here. That the aliens may be out there, but they're also down here with us. That's the point. The tinfoil hat nutters will always say they already know because they come here and crash. Well, that's not the only reason we already know. I know I do pick up your indirect insult, Steve. I know by tinfoil hat nutters you also mean myself. But they do come here and crash, but that's not the only reason we know. This is, of course, nonsense. No, it's not. They may have that opinion, but they don't know it as a fact. Well, it's a scientific study. It's ufology. It's a study. That suffix logic, it's Greek. Like with sociology, psychology, etc. It all comes from Greek, and it comes from the same root word as logic. The two words are connected. They're both Greek words, and they're both connected. There's no tangible evidence to support VT visitation. There is a mountain of evidence to support ET visitation, Steve. Not one case stands up to the slightest scrutiny. Many, not all of them do, but many of them do, Steve. They do more than stand up. They actually, it's overwhelming. Steve071 says on coronavirus on St. Helena. It's a new video now. How the fuck could an island thousands of miles away from anywhere be in this bullshit CV situation? Oh well, you know, because of the airport, Steve. It's that simple. It's because of the airport. It's got an airport in it, which means they now are basically connected to the rest of the world. Before the airport, this happened before the airport. It would literally have been a non-issue, pretty much. Terry Winter says, what evidence is this is on coronavirus on St. Helena again? What is the evidence that COVID-19 is real? Well, if I've had it, and I know, I can't prove that, but you know, all the symptoms were there. It was really bad as well. And Mark Robinson says there isn't any. BZ Garson says, do a little self-experiment. Find a couple of people who are infected. Get them to cough in your face. Tip top, go to your nearest hospital. Then report back here with your findings if you can. Well, you know, BZ, I think you're wrong about most things, but you are right about the fact that COVID-19 does exist, and I really wouldn't recommend anyone doing this. Please, for legal protection and all that sort of thing, disclaimer: don't get infected people to cough in your face, right? Except in Minecraft. Terry Winter says, watch this 3-minute video about how non-contagious. All right. That's about the Spanish flu again. Now the Spanish flu issue. Now Spanish flu was H1N1. It was the same virus as swine flu from 2009. A large number of people did die of it, but it was a slightly different situation because basically 1918 was the end of the First World War. That the world's economy was in ruins. People were nations were devastated. The world was essentially in a coma. That probably had a lot to do with the death rate. But I must admit, Terry, I've not watched the video. But I've said it is possible that Spanish flu came from a comet. I mean, Professor Chandra Wickramasinghe's talked about this, and Fred Hoyle and other people. BZ Garden says in reply to BitChute, where's BitChute commented? Okay, too late. I've already bred a doctor I've already bred a doctor and a recently graduated student nurse. How are you and your hand jobs coming along? What? I don't know what you're talking about there. I think you're being rude. I'm not sure exactly how. But BZ replies to Terry Winter, I find it hard to understand why anyone would take the content seriously. Kaufman is singularly unimpressive and unconvincing. He blatantly cherry-picks data and seems up to his eyeballs in confirmation bias. His profession is psychiatry, not medicine, and he's no obvious background in virology except perhaps what he learned in medical school. Well, psychiatry is a form of medicine. Again, you're making up an ad hominem comment about individual in a video I've not seen yet. I haven't had time to watch yet, so I can't really say any more than that. But Terry Winter says, in this video, Max Egan shows in-your-face evidence and not conspiracy theory of what's really going on, and proves with evidence the COVID-19 test kits do not work. Well, I think I've seen this video. I do know, I think, that the viral screening is unreliable, and I don't know if it's particularly the COVID one, but viral screenings in general are unreliable. That's why you have more than one. But I don't know any more than that. But I did see that video by Max. I can't remember much of it. BZ says, in reply to BitChute, BitChute isn't commented. I can't see where BitChute's commented. My mum is dying in a care home. You're utterly disgusting, spineless, and by rights Ben should kick you off his channel for your nasty and cruel post. BZ, I didn't see any post by BitChute. And it's not the BitChute, it's BitChute, it's not the BitChute. But I mean, if someone says something which is wrong, I will kick them off. So I don't know what he said. I can't see the comment. He probably deleted the comment actually. TK says, "Where's the evidence that you are real?" And I don't know who he's talking to. TK says, Terry says to TK, the COVID-19 test kits show positive for engine oil and other things. So they're useless. All right. And this is the Max Egan video again. TK says, Terry Winter, Tanzania. But base what you believe on tests and labs in Tanzania. That's a good idea. I don't know which lab did. I didn't actually. I had it on in the background. I didn't watch it seriously. I'm sorry about that. But I did watch that. Max Egan did talk about this at some point. How am I doing for time? Because that's, yeah, alright, 8 minutes left. I'm going to take a break after that because I'm going to take a little break before HPANWO Radio. I'll probably finish this off later. Terry Winter says to TK, so when they come into your home and take your kids, you and your family, who you may never see again, what are you going to do? If you do not believe how evil these people are, why is Melinda Gates wearing an upside down cross? If you're referring to the vaccine and things like that, then I agree with you, Terry. Yes. TK says to Terry, sounds to me like you are lost in a world of your own making. She's wearing a cross to tell all the other members of the evil cabal she's still with them in pursuit of cleaning the world of human scum. Use that imagination to write a book. Well, despite your sarcasm, TK, I think there may be some truth in what you've actually said. The upside down. Alright, I haven't actually seen. Is she wearing an upside down cross? Let's have a look. Is Melinda Gates wearing an upside down cross?
Just a short report today. All bleak, horrible days.
Max.
I want to put together a pretty comprehensive report soon, hopefully, and just go through.
Alright, that's Max talking about this. I'll have to watch it another time. But anyway, let's have a look. Hang on, let's Google this. Okay, Melinda Gates. Oh, it's the first thing that comes up. Upside down cross. Did Melinda Gates wear an upside down cross? Snopes. Critics claim the billionaire philanthropist donned the symbol in a video. What is true? Based on our examination of the videos in question, Melinda Gates did wear a necklace with a pendant in the shape of a cross. What is false? According to the Church of Satan, an upside down cross or inverted cross is not an official symbol of loyalty. What is undetermined. Due to the low resolution of the video footage and a lack of explanation from Gates herself, it can't be proven. Alright, let's just have a look. Let's just have a look at a picture. Let's have a look at an image. Here we go. It looks like one to me. It looks like the upper part of the cross is longer, which means it is an inverted crucifix. Or in a crucifix, of course, the lower part of the cross is longer. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah. There's another photo. Oh, she's wearing a different one there. Yeah, it looks like that to me. It looks like it's an upside. It is an inverted crucifix. It may not be official from the Church of Satan, but the Church of Satan is a bunch of Hollywood bloody posers like, you know, Anton LaVey and all those others who used to join in with him. All those movie actors used to join in with him. That's not what Satan. That's not real Satanism. The inversion of a positive symbol, for example, the inverted swastika, the inverted pentacle, the inverted inversions are a part of satanic law. TK says you're putting a lot of weight on the fact that some women wear a cross. Hang on, the cross of St. Peter is not an inverted crucifix. Terry's right. Oddly enough, there's an all right. TK says no, it's actually because her mate is the Pope and he wears the cross of St. Peter too, a Christian thing. Ask them about it if you want, but what does it mean? Is there an evil cabal trying to kill everyone? Just use your imagination. Terry says, do you believe our healthcare system is benevolent? And they do their best to keep us healthy, even though most of the drugs they give people have serious side effects and can even cause death. Yes, indeed, and in fact, Terry, the point is to treat the symptoms, as you said. Hang on, cross of Saint Peter. Well, oddly enough, the cross of Saint Peter actually is an inverted. Yeah, it is an inverted crucifix. That it may explain what's in the Pope's chair. I don't know, but oh blimey. Oh, you know, I'm not sure I have an answer for that right now. I'll probably think of one. Okay, I'll have to leave it there. I'm afraid. I can't. I don't have an answer for that. Lofty says on coronavirus on St. Helena, good to see you out and about in the park. You're one a day, lol. Yeah, thanks, Lofty. I mean, it's nice to get to do a video outdoors for a change. I was actually in Slaxers Park, and and it was fun there. I didn't see Slackset. I'd like to have seen Slackset, quite frankly. It'd be nice to have seen him, but I didn't see him. Jock of Ages says on the same video. Now there's a YouTube link here. I think this is proof that viruses are being manipulated in the Wuhan labs. Let's have a look.
You need to see this bombshell story.
Okay, Dr. Fauci, Wuhan and bats bombshell story. It's 6 minutes long. I don't have time to watch it, but anyway, Jock, you carry on. I think this is proof that viruses were being manipulated in the Wuhan biolabs. I think that's true. I think it has all the hallmarks of being a bioweapon. I don't think it was released deliberately. I think it was released accidentally, but I'll let you carry on. And Dr. Fauci even invested in the gain of function research. Do some research into gain of function research. It's controversial even among scientists. Anomaly has some great vids. Check him out. You're looking better, mate. Hope you're well. Thanks. Thanks, Jock. But I'll just look that up. Gain of function research. Let me just Google that. Hang on. Gain of function research. What is it? Is there a, let's see. What is it exactly? Background alternatives. Okay. In the field of virology, blah de blah, rest for gain of function. In order to understand the roles, right? What is gain of? I'll just put in here. What is it? Bloody blah. Is there anything on Wikipedia that just explains what it is? Because these are all like scientific papers. TheScientist.com, Academic Group, OUP. Okay, so these are all like scientific journals, and they're probably not comprehensive. I'd have to read them in detail to understand them, rather than just a Wikipedia summary, which is a shame. Anyway, videos from the underground says Tristan da Cunha Island may be the same. I knew someone who used to live there. Oh, right, videos. I mean, Tristan is a bit different because Tristan has no airport. Tristan is. This is why I said this in a video. I call Tristan St. Helena Plus, because it's like St. Helena, only more so. It's smaller. Well, it has a smaller population. It's more remote, but it hasn't got the airport. There's a part of me that thinks, oh God, please, never an airport there. But of course, again, it's... Anyway, we have here Hugo Rune, and he says, Wikipedia, I've covered this. On the 27th of March, okay, this is, he repeats the information that I actually put on about the coronavirus on St. Helena. And Terry says, how can they test for something that's never been proven to exist? Well, I think it exists, Terry, but as I said, the actual viral screening is not perfect, is it? Oh, that's the end of it, I think. Okay, that's the end of that. This is a short thread. I'll just finish it and then I'll take a break. But there is still you could use the viral kits to screen properly, but if you do more than one screening and things like that. But it does exist, and Terry says, all right, it is a legitimate question. Okay, Terry, I actually say in text here that I have addressed this point in HPANWO publications, and I don't know, my coronavirus live stream is a good source. I mean, I've got so many and I can't remember them all. But Terry says to me, if what you say is true, why are the government and hospitals having to fiddle the COVID-19 death figures to make up numbers if there really is a deadly virus? Because they want to produce fake numbers to keep the lockdown going. This doesn't mean there's no virus, Terry. It just means they're exaggerating its impact. Terry says also, in this video, Max Egan shows you in-your-face evidence of what's going on. Okay, I've watched the video, Terry, and I will try to watch it properly next time, rather than just playing it in the background. But anyway, that is it. That's 2 hours non-stop I've done. I'm going to take a little break now before I go on air with HPANWO Radio, and I will probably finish this when I finish the HPANWO show, and hopefully get it uploaded sometime tomorrow. Okay, which is Friday. Thanks very much. Okay, guys, I'm back. I was going to have a little, get my head down and go to sleep for about. Let me just start the timer. I was going to lie down, get my head down for a little bit because I've got to do the HPANWO show later, but I can't now. I found out my kettle's broke down, which means I've got to get a new one. Well, we have, the three of us. You know, I'm British after all, you know, I can't make tea. Well, I can, I just have to warm water up on the hob. So that's put me off sleeping. Also, quite frankly, I want to get this over with. I mean, what I'd like to do is hopefully do another hour now and finish it. If I could finish it within an hour, which I won't be able to probably. If I just finish it maybe afterwards, get it processed overnight, get it uploaded either tonight or tomorrow, and then I can get it out of the way because I've got videos. I need to make more videos. There's an update on the bloody Mage thing, and there's several other videos I want to make. I'm not going to just make videos about UFOs, even though it appears that way, I promise you. On the coronavirus on St. Helena, Jack Parker. Oh, we're on the 7th hour now, aren't we? Must remember to change the tag. Jack Parker posts a YouTube link, which is what?
Human symbiosis with viruses.
Okay, this is a 90-minute human symbiosis with viruses by Professor Gershom Zajek, MD, the Faculty of Medicine, Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And this is his channel, and I don't have time to watch it, but thank you very much for the link, Jack, much appreciated. And he just says Google symbiotic viruses. Okay, well I'll try doing that. Maybe I'll get something a little bit more digestible than that 90-minute video. I mean, it's sad. I want to be able to give you all my full attention by checking out all your source links. Symbiotic viruses. I mean, I know what I know what I do know what symbiosis is. Symbiosis is a relationship between two species in biology. It's a biological term. A relationship between two species in which both species benefit. For example, you see crocodiles walking around with these birds that sort of perch on top of them, or even crawl around inside their mouths. And that's because the birds actually clean their mouths. They're like little toothbrushes, and they just wander around quite happily inside the crocodile's mouth, picking bits of scraps of meat out of their teeth. Of course, if the crocodile wanted to, he could just shut his mouth and eat the bird, but he doesn't. The crocodile lets the bird do this because the crocodile gets his mouth cleaned, and the bird gets a meal out of it. Okay, not all viruses are enemies. So I imagine what you're saying here, Jack, without going into details and studying this in detail, is that there are viruses which are the same. They actually live within us, and they benefit and we benefit. So they're not pathogenic. They don't actually harm us. So there's plenty of bacteria like that, isn't there? I mean, our bellies are full of bacteria, which assist with our digestion. This is why when you're on a course of antibiotics, which has certainly happened with me, people who take antibiotics chronically, like my mother did, it's a really major issue actually. You end up with eating problems. You end up with irritable bowels, diarrhea, constipation, things like that. It's because your symbiotic gut bacteria are being destroyed by the antibiotic, just like the infection is. Which means you have this little problem, and it actually lasts. When you finish the course of antibiotics, it takes a few weeks for them to grow again. The word they use for them is flora, which is amazing because there's no flowers down there. There's just little bacteria, but it's because they're benevolent, I suppose. They use the word flora to describe them. But they're necessary. I mean, they're necessary for digestion. They're necessary for nutrition, and they're symbiotic because they eat some of the food themselves that you eat. You see. So I imagine that these viruses you're talking about, which this person in this video is talking about, kind of has is saying something similar about viruses. Sounds interesting. I'll have a look at that later. Same virus as Zythantiops said. I didn't realise this was a park until you mentioned it. Thought it was coming from a little pink planet. Right, I don't know. There's nothing alien about that particular park. In fact, the most alien thing in that park is Slaxer. He's probably quite unusual compared to most of the objects and animals and plants in there. I started watching Slaxer again actually. I feel I've reached that period of my life, 69 Food says it on coronavirus St. Helena. Nice to get out. St. Helena sounds like a nice little bolt hole. you know, there's a part I do want to go there, and if I can go by sea, I will go there. But it is a place I've learned a lot about since I started researching this airport issue. So I kind of I've warmed to it a bit, definitely. Steve Palmer says on Free Energy and 9/11, I replied to Steve mumbling. That's in a video from a year or two ago. Says 75% of each floor is unusable office space. Of course, then you have to factor in space not used for offices, stairwells, lift shafts, maintenance rooms, lobbies, sky lobbies, restaurants, anything not used for rentable office space. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Steve. I suppose I assume you're making a comment about the. I assume you're making a comment about the 9/11 buildings, the World Trade Center. I'm not sure what's it related to. And Steve says here on coronavirus on St. Helena. Ben, you gave away the location and name of the park to anyone with eyes. I thought I'd seen you out and about. You're a local chap. Oh, Steve, do you live in Oxford? That's cool. Join Dreaming Saucers. Now, funnily enough, Slaxer has actually revealed the location. He even uses the tag when he uploads the videos because he films it on his tablet. There's like a location tag, which is included in the title. And he adds that to the video, so he's revealed where the park is. So all those women are going to be camping out there now, wanting to get a glimpse of him, getting the autograph, hanging their knickers on the bushes and things. Yeah. All right. So anyway, moving swiftly on. Apollo Detectives 2020. Toby Motorrad said. Can somebody please advise me, short, hang on, can someone advise me in short, would after 50 years and the evidence of what remains, surely the material science NB life expectancy in such hostile environment would have been drastically affected due to thermal shock, work hardening, etc., being accelerated by nanothermite storms, that the possibility of anything being there is more of the question. Right, that's an interesting comment, Tony. Because the way objects behave when they're left alone, man-made objects, is often misunderstood. For example, everyone assumed that the wreck of the Titanic would be in perfect condition because it was in deep water, which is thought to be devoid. It's thought to be a kind of marine desert. There's very little life down there, and what's down there wouldn't affect the wreck much, which means that the wreck would basically be preserved for millennia. It wouldn't rust, things like that. The wood wouldn't be eaten. Some people even speculated that the bodies might actually be down because it's very cold water. It's it's the salt content. It's the kind of life that people thought was down there. But of course, when the wreck was discovered, they found it was in very bad condition. It had been half consumed, even by the 1980s when it was discovered. They also found that some of the bodies had clearly completely disappeared. Like they found clothing and shoes and things, and they found not even bones were there. And in fact, they've said we've basically found the Titanic wreck just in time, because people have been going back and checking it every so often, and it's got worse since it was first discovered. It probably in 20 to 30 years' time there'll be nothing left of it. Maybe a few scraps of the most robust, thickest pieces of metal, and just all the rest just a rust stain. Now, we did discuss, I think it may be in this one or the next one, that there would be changes to the actual artifacts left on the moon, which you will find because of their exposure to radiation, vacuum, heat differentials, and things like that. For example, you'd get vacuum welding. I think it was Trevor Weaver or Randy Walsh who talked about that. And indeed, the flag would have vanished because of micrometeorite impact. There would be there'd be micrometeorite damage to the other objects as well, all that kind of thing. So yeah, so there would definitely have been, D. Jarrah himself pointed out that the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photographs of the landing sites have to be fake because you can see the shadows of the flags. The flags are still there according to these images. Well, they wouldn't be. They'd be destroyed. I mean, it's like the one on the Mir space station. It was completely destroyed by micrometeorite impact, and that was in a low Earth orbit. Right, coronavirus on St. Helena. Keith Benjamin says, idiot. One word describes this muppet. I know you are, Keith. I know you are. John Nolan says on Coronavirus St. Helena, hi Ben, Nick Redfern says Rendlesham Forest was a mind control job, not UFOs. Check out his latest video and interview on YouTube. I have, John. I think he's wrong. That being said, I've not read the book. I really have not read the book, but you know, I'm not absolutely sure. It's a complicated subject. Jamelia Jackson says on Coronavirus on St. Helena, she gives some very interesting information actually. I replied to her with text. The cargo plane you mentioned delivering medical supplies to St. Helena is very interesting. Let me explain. UK charter airline Titan Airways flew an Airbus A318 carrying what COVID-19 testing kits and medical equipment to St. Helena via a stop-off in Ghana. This is interesting as it is the first time an Airbus A318 has landed on the island. In fact, it's the first time any Airbus aircraft has landed on the island. The largest aircraft prior to this was a Boeing 737-800, which was also the first commercial passenger aircraft to land on the island, which was also the aircraft to expose the massive problems with the runways constructions and the dangerous wind shear on the approach. Yeah, I cover that in my St. Helena videos. After dropping off the equipment, the aircraft did various takeoff landings to prove trials to test the viability of using an Airbus A318 and others in its class for landing at St. Helena Airport. Obviously the aircraft is famous for being notoriously difficult to use and land on due to dangerous tailwinds, and the Airbus 318 is one of the largest aircraft to land on the island now. This should hopefully open up the option of connecting more nations to St. Helena, including the possibility of a flight from the UK via an African stop-off. Currently the only passenger route is the small Embraer aircraft from South Africa with a fuel stop. The aircraft is fitted with special engines and I believe extra fuel tanks due to the remoteness of the island, and if a diversion is necessary it's a long way to reach one. This results in many of these flights being cancelled and weather being monitored on the island every step of the way of the aircraft. However, with this Airbus aircraft being tested, it's for its viability on landing on the airport, we should hopefully see the possibility of more routes being opened up. This means connecting the island with more nations, higher cargo capacity and a greater boost for the island's economy. The A318 has a far greater capacity, performance and range than the Embraer E190 currently being used to serve the from South Africa St. Helena route. Well, thanks for that, Jamelia. Yeah, it is significant, like you said. I mean, in my videos I've made about St. Helena Airport, I was hoping that the Atlantic Star airline would get the contract, but they gave it to this older South African airline. But the only services at the moment are from Cape Town, Johannesburg and Walvis Bay, which are all in southern Africa. One is in South Africa, the other is in Namibia. Two are in South Africa, one is in Namibia. There's also like a very infrequent flight from the Ascension Islands, which is like another part of the territory, which is often used as a stop-off between the Falkland Island dependencies and the UK. The 318, as you said, is bigger, and it's one that was originally ruled out, but of course it's all to do with this wind shear problem they've got there. They're even talking about blowing up that famous rock which appears in the painting with Napoleon, which would be, I don't think that was ever seriously considered, because that would be a travesty. That'd be like killing Jonathan the tortoise. I mean, that'd be awful. But yeah, I mean, obviously this proves, this 318, this Airbus, this 318, it flew from the UK, it landed in Ghana, and then which is on the Gulf of Guinea in West Africa, which is about basically a halfway point, and then took off again and headed for St. Helena. That would be far more convenient for people than what we currently have to do. What you currently have to do is go all the way to South Africa or Namibia from the UK and change planes. It'd be much quicker and easier and more convenient as well, because it's a bigger airport in Ghana, to just go change planes in Ghana instead, or even just stop off like you do when you're going to. When I went to Australia, I stopped off in Singapore. It would be far easier, Jamelia, much easier, and it would open St. Helena out to more people and the rest of the world more conveniently. But again, as I talk about in my in my series of videos on this subject. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Zythantiops says on coronavirus on St. Helena, it's strange how it went dark at 6 minutes. You would have thought that the screen would be lit up like a Christmas tree with the amount of sunlight being reflected off the surface of your face. Maybe you should use a secondary light source. Alright, well it's now this is an issue that Slaxer experiences, which he copes with better, I think, because his camera doesn't do what mine does, which immediately changes the exposure the moment because of ambient light. So basically, if there's a lot of background light, the exposure changes so that my face goes dark. You get a silhouette. Slaxer's tablet doesn't do that. What I have to do is make sure that there's not too much ambient background light in all my shots to try and avoid that, which I do try to do. I mean, it's so long since it's been a long time since I filmed outdoors. We go back to David Icke Band. And we have here, oh, Gin Skin Pivot is going to have another little snipe. What's he got to say now? It's just my opinion expressed through my freedom of speech, but reacting to stuff you're admitting you've never seen or read with these childish sobbing vignettes does make you look like a bit of a tosser. I've got no idea what you're talking about, idiot. Freedom of speech isn't free. A lot of people died for it. Yeah, exactly, that's why I'm making a stand for it. But if Icke transgresses the terms and conditions of a specific platform he agreed to when he signed up, then it's that platform's stated right to ditch him. No, Jim Skin Pivot, he signed up to a terms and conditions. He entered into a contract with his company, which is so large it could well be classified as a public utility. They then basically said, okay, we're going to unilaterally change the terms of that contract, and we're going to subject you to new rules and regulations that you never agreed to, and we'll get rid of you completely on our own decision. In that sense, he hasn't been silenced. He's been dropped from a media outlet for entirely valid reasons. No, he hasn't, you idiot. How is he silenced from going anywhere or publishing more in his opinions on future vanity projects? Because it is a deplatforming. This is always the justification that people always give when they're deplatforming someone. It's not censorship. We're not stopping this person having their right to free speech somewhere. We just don't want them to have it here. We always get that, don't we? But then when they go somewhere else, the very same people campaign to have the person deplatformed there, and they say the same thing. They're trying to say it is censorship without them saying it's censorship. Another one is you want free speech. You don't want free speech. You want free speech without consequences. We're telling you there's consequences that come with free speech. All right. Well, if free speech has consequences, the only consequences to free speech should be other people like you using your right to free speech to call us tossers. All right. That should be the only consequences there are. What they want. The thing is, the consequences you have now for free speech are having your entire life destroyed, losing your job, sometimes facing criminal charges, having you being smeared in the media, which basically means that sometimes people get attacked because of things that have been read in the media. In the case of Kevin Annett, having your wife paid to divorce you. If those are the consequences, then the speech is not free, because the consequences become so bad that most people will avoid free speech in order to have them. That way, again, the authorities can say that they can commit censorship without saying they're committing censorship. Okay. Jin continues. Belief in his gibberish bullshit also saw 5G marches being torched in one region, taking down multiple emergency services. David Icke has made mistakes and he gets some things wrong. Now, what he said about 5G is incorrect, I believe. I don't believe 5G is harmless, but I don't believe it's a direct cause of COVID-19. David got that wrong. But at no point did David incite anyone to commit an act of criminal damage. In no way. If he did, he'd be in jail by now. JSP, have you called the police? Of course you haven't. No, you're going to call them tomorrow, aren't you? Yeah. Grow the fuck up, mate. If the loss of Icke on social media blights your life, you don't have much of one. Oh, you said that before, Jin. And again, you're saying you don't realise that the loss of somebody on social media is a major. The implications of it are enormous. They really are. David Smith says underneath, I don't have freedom of speech. How is it newsreaders can be on the box every night for half an hour prime time? Yet when I try to get a studio time, they call the police and get me banged up. It's the New World Order It's the New World Order controlling information, I tell you. Jin says, David Smith, I've got no idea what you're talking about. David said, exactly. Why can't I get a TV news show? Why am I banned from being on TV? Where's my freedom of speech to address the nation? The New World Order will never allow me to spread the truth. It will destroy their evil plan, obviously. I don't know if David is being sarcastic here or not. Jin replies, David Smith, you seem upset, Dave. Have you told all this to a grown-up? David said, I'm not upset. I just know the truth. And Jin says, you're actually sobbing your tits off, buddy. Run along now, there's a good boy. You're boring. Alright. Oh, dearie me. It's a good job for you, I do believe in free speech, Jin. Because otherwise you wouldn't be posting on this bloody channel, I tell you. There's been, a lot of people wouldn't put up with you. Keith M1 says, where is the evidence that COVID-19 is real, Muppet? Do you want to rephrase that? Because you want an answer, you're going to have to. Apollo Detectives debate. Steve Palmer says Scott Henderson's wet windows. Alright. When Apollo 12 had launched after a rain shower, Pete Conrad, who was trying to take the repercussions of the lightning strike, noted how the boost protective cover had failed to be as watertight as expected. The tower and BBC went as advertised. But when they did, they unloaded a whole pile of water on the spacecraft again, and this water streaked down the windows and froze immediately. At that time, the water picked up particles from the LET jettison motor and deposited a white ash in the form of oil droplets and streaks over the windows. The ice sublimated later en route to the moon, but it left white deposits in the form of spiderweb-like things in the corner crevices as a white deposit on the windows. Alright. Okay, Steve, I don't have anything to add to that, I don't think. Alright, we have UFO Disclosure 2020 Big D Declassification. New video. Hello, Ben. About the ATIP footage. One thing I don't... What's this? Hang on. One thing that I don't understand. One, why they told the pilot to goo an arm. To goo an arm? G-O-O, an arm. I don't know what that means. 2. Why use a filter to shot this video? When you use a filter, the image will be distorted. Well, it's not a filter. What you're looking at is a FLIR, forward-looking infrared detector. It looks like it looks unusual, and it doesn't look very good quality because it's not meant to be good quality. It's not there for aesthetic purposes. It's a military camera, which is used by an aircraft to identify enemies and identify friends from foes, create targets, basically judge where targets are, develop firing solutions, things like that. So that's why it's not very good. That's not very good quality. As I don't understand number one at all, because you say goo and arm. I don't know what that means. I think you're making a spelling mistake here. Please clarify. Same video, Thomas Cowan. It's your pal Ben, Tom. Nice work, buddy. Hello, Tom. How are you? I know Tom on Facebook. Yeah, I know Tom on Facebook. He sends me all kinds of strange videos. Videos from the underground, says on UFO Disclosure 2020. Frankly, I'm not holding my breath for the USA military to come clean about UFOs. It does not matter that and I do not need their approval. People go on without their approval or need of reinforcement. David Adair talks about his experiences with military types, and frankly they are not nice people. Aliens are here, but you just can't see them. True. If the aliens are in astral form, certainly. Oh, right. I think that's referring to what Helen Sharman said, yeah. David Icke talks about people being overshadowed by reptilians. Not just reptilians, there are other entities that also do this. The US military makes all kinds of promises to sucker naive young men into their web. Once they're in and under the control of the UCMJ, then things change and you go where you're told, or else. Trump is no dummy. Randy Kramer, I stopped watching him because there's something about him that tells me he's sociopathic. He's making it up. David Adair is more credulous. Right, videos. In a sense, the USA have come clean to a certain point about UFOs. But really, it's true. You have your ideas. You can do your own research. Again, it's not about approval. I suppose it's not about approval or reinforcement. It's about the people who've told lies which have convinced most people no longer telling those lies. That's what it's about. It's not, in a sense, something that people like me need. It's something the world needs. David Adair is a very interesting chap. He really is. He talks about his experience with military types. Frankly, they're not nice people. Well, the ones he met weren't particularly. But I mean, you refer to this later on here. The military makes all kinds of promises to sucker naive young men into their web. Indeed, in fact, I myself was drawn into the Royal Navy. And I mean, again, you get all types of people who do this. I don't know. I don't think there is a military type of person. I mean, I know there is this idea that a person looks military or acts military, but they're people with different personalities. But I think I sort of know what you mean. But I mean, I don't. Some are nice and some are not nice. David Adair dealt with the high end of things in the secret government and the secret space program, and he was working in highly classified operations, and the types he met there, well, they may not even have been part of the regular military, were in a similar situation. They were dealing with the security of those projects, which might be why they weren't very nice. Yeah. Aliens are here, but you just can't see them. Yeah, that's what Helen Sharman said very bravely. Aliens in astral form. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. A lot of people describe reptilian encounters, and it's not just David Icke who talks about this. I mean, I should address this point, and I need to do an entire video about it. But this whole idea that David Icke's reptilian ideas were all disinformation is not true. It is not true. I did a review of the Rich Planet show on that. It's not just David saying it. It's a massive amount to be drawn. I've met someone who said she was married to a reptilian shapeshifter. And there are all kinds of other creatures. I mean, there's the scuttlers and things like that, which, again, it's surprising how much you hear about this and how many people report it when you get into it. So it's not just reptilians at all. Indeed, you have like grey aliens in interdimensional form, like the Skull experiment, like Skinwalker, where grey aliens appear in a kind of interdimensional capacity. Now, Randy Kramer. Now, I've only ever seen one video of his, and he, sociopathic. I don't know if he's sociopathic, but he does seem to be very misanthropic. He actually says that a fake alien invasion would be justified, and he gives his reasons in this talk he gave. And I found it quite amusing. Couldn't tell if he was being serious or not, but it's a bit. I did feel it. I know what you mean. There's something about him which is. He's just rather scathing, I think. Okay, we have now a long thread, and this is Steve Mumbling starting off on UFOs 2020 big declassification. There's no truth embargo, Ben. Yes, there is, Steve. Nothing's going on. Yes, there is, Steve. How about commenting on Mick West's video? I did, Steve. Didn't you see it? I wrote a comment on there. I think the most likely explanation for the Rendlesham Forest is high-power MF radio stations in the next field. It's not going to be ET or mind control or any other fanciful nonsense. It'll be a simple down-to-earth explanation. Well, tell me what that explanation is, Steve. And don't give me that stuff about lighthouses. Nah, come on. And you say it's a high-power MF radio station in the next field. Okay, where is that radio station? Did you find it? Because if you can't, then you're just doing what I said in my skeptic video. You're using the clown's day off from the circus fallacy, as I call it. Dazasar says underneath, well, it wouldn't be as far as you're concerned, would it? So far as you're concerned, every official position is correct and no government has ever lied. And anything you don't fancy believing in, you have a rational explanation for. Not rational, Stazza, but you know what I mean. I know what you mean, mate. I understand what your point is. And if science has not proved it yet, they will do given enough time. Has it ever occurred to you that you have OCD, obsessive compulsive debunking disorder, OCDD? Steve Palmer says it into Dazastar. That's an ad hominem attack. It is, I suppose, but sometimes you just got to fight fire with fire. Dazastar says, how so? Steve says, you're attacking him, not addressing his points. Just how do you know what he thinks about a subject he's not commented on? Exactly, you don't. Oh, Steve! Steve, if I recall correctly, you've done that now, and now you're like a shrinking violet, shying away from this. You yourself has contributed to that very thing. Daz says here, I believe Dazastar is Australian too, actually. Says to Steve Palmer, I've spoken to him multiple times, so count one, you don't know what you're talking about, and count two, making an observation of someone's trait is not ad hominem. It's a fact he just disagrees with, whether it does not fit his narrative, despite salient points being raised. That's hardly constructive debating. Skeptics are always this way. It's utterly futile debating in the end, okay? That's actually true, Daz. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's not an ad hominem attack. This is like the referee, the football referee, who only ever gives, he only books the other one side. He only books one side and not the other. Things like that. So that would be, I don't know if the term is justifiable ad hominem, or I forgot what the actual term is, the philosophical term for, but it's actually an exception to the whole thing about ad hominem attacks. Steve says, okay, let's take point one at a time. You said Mumbling thinks every official position is correct and no government has ever lied. Is that his position, or did you just make that up? Daz says, you got it, pal. Steve says, I'm sure you do. I sure do. You made that up and have no way of knowing what he thinks about every official position, or what the government may or not have told. But Steve, you have made up what I think and what Marcus Allen think. Or I'm sorry if I got you mixed up with someone else, but I know a lot of people on your side have been making stuff up about people, about what they say, what they think, what their motivations are, what I say and think and do, rather than what I actually say, think and do. How can you know anything about somebody from a few YouTube comments? I'm a skeptic and I know governments sometimes lie. Instead of attacking him with lies, why not state what is factually wrong in the video he's linked to? It's odd to hear Steve making this advice, because this is the advice I've always given. And here we have here we have bloody Steve Palmer now so convinced that this is the right way to go about things. Steve Mumbling says to Dazastar, that's funny. I would like to find something I can't debunk. No luck so far. Well, Steve, it's pretty obvious. All you have to do is go to my channel. Dazastar says, Steve Mumbling, try to debunk ghosts. I will take you to the cleaners. Oh, we have a debate coming up here. Steve Mumbling, I have no interest in ghosts. They don't exist. New business. Daz says, oh, tell that to billions who've experienced them since records began. Also try to counter the millions of photographs, videos, evidence, CCTV evidence, and millions of smartphone evidence that's already in the repository and archive that we have so far. Not really a strong argument. It is Steve. Is it Stevie? Okay, well, Dazastar is right. He's right about ghosts. I think ghosts exist as well as UFOs, and the point he makes could be made just as validly for both phenomena. And Steve says, can you introduce me to a ghost? Daz says, can you show me a picture currently of the lunar buggy on the moon? One thing at a time. I would love to ask a ghost what it's like to be dead. That will make a great video. Win me the Nobel Prize for conclusively proving there's life after death. Can you arrange that or not? Steve, it wouldn't win you a Nobel Prize. You would just be denounced as a nut job like everyone else has done. My HPANWO show tonight is actually all about Leslie Flint, who was a famous medium who I think, along with several other people, made a conclusive, provable case for life after death. And indeed for the trapped souls and things like that in the form of ghosts. He was, he didn't get a Nobel Prize. You've got to realise is that this issue to do with ghosts and life after death, it's similar to the UFO issue. There is essentially a cover-up about it. I cover that in detail in my Helen Duncan video to a point. I mean, I've never. I should do more. I should do more about that, actually, shouldn't I? Daz says, I would love to see a recent picture of the lunar buggy on the moon. It would put to bed all the conspiracies. Can you arrange that or not? Yeah, I thought not. I'm still waiting to be taken to the cleaners. Why do you think all the billions of ghosts out there, not one of them has done a TV interview? Actually, Steve, there are several ghosts who've done TV interviews through channels. In fact, TV Living used to have a guy called Colin Fry who used to do this regularly. Another is Derek Acora. There's several other occasions. There's a guy called there's Shirley Bolstock, Gary Williams. I've interviewed these people. Yeah, it's actually quite a regular thing. Oh, the Jim Skim Pivot is coming out to give us some of his acid. What's he got to say here? Okay, Dazastar, UFOs. Minimal evidence, lots of witness material, including some pilots and some government releases with redactions. Zero peer review on the alleged science. Not true, Jin. There's endless peer review from all the ufologists who've been looking at all this evidence since it came out. There was plenty of physical evidence. That essentially was Bob Bigelow's role within ATIP. Conclusion: ET visitation and regular ET presence is factual and judged to be so overwhelmingly on the eyewitness evidence. Not entirely. I mean, the eyewitness evidence is very important, but not entirely. Apollo. Vast quantities of every type of court-admissible evidence, peer-reviewed physics, film, stills, UV, infrared photos, multiple first-hand direct witnesses in Apollo crewmen, at least 20 of whom were test pilots and war veterans, thousands of research studies, including those of B, 842 pounds of moon material, Vanguard tracking data, regolith ballistics, LROC imagery, thousands of pages of telemetry, third-party evidence, and post-mission experiment return data. A conclusion: Apollo is fake start to finish and judged to be so, overwhelmingly, on the fact we demand rational scientific tenets, and we don't expect eyewitness evidence. I just can't imagine why you jokers are regularly in rounded ridicule. I really can't. Alright, I'm sorry if your voice doesn't sound like that, Jen. It's just, I get the feeling that's what you sound like, so I'm reproducing your voice like that. And also it makes it easier for me to explain to viewers when you're speaking, when other people are speaking. You've completely and utterly misrepresented the entire issue here. This list of things with Apollo are things that basically the videos we make about the subject, we are subjecting these pieces of evidence here, you say, this mountain of what you claim is a mountain of proper evidence, to what you just said, peer review. And then you say with the UFO situation the exact opposite. You give a list of almost no evidence, and then you claim that there's none, and you do the exact opposite. You see, and none of it's ever been subjected to peer review, and no one ever actually looks at it because there's nothing there to see apart from the eyewitness evidence. So this is completely wrong. This is a completely wrong way you're looking at the whole issue. It's misleading, very misleading. And Steve Palmer says to Dazastar, what apparatus would you suggest be used to give the photograph you require? I suppose that's a good question. So I'm interested to hear what Dazastar has to say about that. Bardi's Den says, on my UFO disclosure Big D declassification, Area 51's runway is 4.4 miles long. Oh right, it's not 11 miles or whatever it was I said. Well, I like the guy in the orthopedic shoes. I stand corrected. It is, I know. I mean, I know from looking at it. Apparently, it's the biggest airport in the world. Runway. It's the longest runway in the world. That's it. Steve Mumbling says on UFO Disclosure 2020, with regard to the aerial school story. Oh. If this is a repeat of what you said before, I'm not going to read it out. I didn't say the kids pranked the teachers. I said the kids were pranked. They believed what they were saying at the time. Many years ago, I pranked my kid's sister. I showed her some newts and told her they were baby crocodiles. To this day, she says I showed her baby crocodiles. Kids are easy to prank. Oh, I see. Okay. So you're making a different point. Yes, you believe that the children were actually seeing some kind of minibus and some guys in wetsuits or something like that. So you're honestly saying your sister, I assume is a similar generation to yourself, believes that you showed her baby crocodiles. Really? Okay, so have you told her you didn't? I mean, does she even remember that? Does she even remember it well enough? This is not. I don't think this is quite exactly a. Oh, I'm not sure. I'll have to think about what you said, Steve. But I'm sure there are differences in the situation. It's not an accurate analogy. I'll think about that anyway. Steve071 says, "Good luck with dreaming saucers, Ben." Thank you very much, Steve. If you're ever in the Oxford area and we're having a meeting, drop in. Right, this is Big D Disclosure again. Gary Robinson, hello. Gary, good to see you back. Ben, this is completely unrelated. However, I keep meaning to tell you about a good friend of mine who was a staunch skeptic who believes the Apollo moon landings were faked. Right, okay. It's unusual actually for someone who describes himself as a skeptic to take that position, Gary, because in the same way that Lindsay Porter says there's a cultic milieu which people like me believe in, there's also a skeptic milieu. Now, funnily enough, climate change skepticism is actually admissible, but that's about it, nothing else. So if you get people, to use the same example I gave before, you get 50 people into a room and ask them to put their hands up if they don't believe in ghosts, roughly that same amount will put their hands up when you say they don't believe in UFOs. Does anyone here not believe in UFOs? Which means, in fact, the skeptic milieu is actually even tighter than the cultic milieu, I'd say. Skeptics are pretty united actually on factual issue. The big divisions in the skeptic movement at the moment are due to ideology, which I talk about in my skeptic video. So by being a staunch skeptic who believes the Apollo moon landings were faked, it makes him very unusual. It means that he probably wouldn't be accepted into the skeptic community. Anyway, Gary, I'll carry on. It's interesting to hear him talk about it so critically in the way that skeptics will usually talk about woo subjects. Essentially, he refuses to believe any of the official story and refers to the whole event as a one-trick pony that never happened. I wonder if there are any other skeptics out there with similar views, and I wonder how many of them would actually admit their position. Cheers, mate. Well, that's a really good comment, and I'm glad your friend is actually willing to talk about his doubts. I'm sure there are many skeptics out there who are having second thoughts about some of the areas of skepticism, but someone I think may be too ingrained within the skeptic community to speak out right now. And there may be some people on our side who are in a similar position, and it's not because they're making too much money out of being a skeptic. It's nothing to do with that. Maybe in some cases, but not in all, not in many, I imagine. But it's simply the fact that when somebody has a change of mind, it's very often an unusual. You don't go for an instant road to Damascus conversion. It's a long process with many twists and turns and sometimes regressions. A good example is Michael Shermer. I've done two or three videos now on Michael Shermer, and the fact that he seems to be one of these people who's now questioning the skeptic world. It started with his wedding, the event at his wedding with the radio, which I talked about in my video about him. But recently, when he was on Joe Rogan, he's been saying he thinks Epstein killed himself. I mean, he's sailing close to the line, I'll tell you. He really is getting towards the bit of the edge of the comfort zone. The comfort zone which your friend has well and truly dropped over the edge of. Honestly, he would not be accepted as a skeptic. And there may be other people in the skeptic community who are like him but don't speak out. Dazasar says underneath, yes, it's unusual. Usually they are on board with all the classic debunking of conspiracy theories. That's right, Dazza. You know as well as I do, there is a skeptic worldview which encompasses all these things together. I mean, I'm sure I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't, please do. Watch my 2018 Skeptic video for more details. Mel O'Brien is here again. Disclosure, not again this year. I've been listening to this nonsense about disclosure for over 20 years. There won't be any disclosure unless the alien entities allow it, and they won't. Well, certainly the alien entities do control. They are a factor of the equation, but it's possible that it could happen without their permission. We don't need their permission. Now, and he goes on here. Those videos show human military craft, blurry shit as usual, and the aliens are from here, not from another planet. The two UFOs that I was within the yards of didn't look like craft; they were plasma. I know, Mel, but what you saw is not the only type of UFO. There are many different types. It's possible there are several different phenomena that we have categorized under this umbrella term. Perhaps incorrectly. You cannot believe anything governments tell you. It's all disinformation. Not everything, Mel, especially in the post-2016 world. We are being led away from the truth by all this greys in UFOs abduction nonsense. And why is it nonsense? Where's the nonsense in it? I've covered this subject and there is reality behind it. The entities don't need to abduct anyone if they want RNA with which they can do whatever they need to do. But they do, you see. They do abduct people. And when you say the entities, which entities do you mean? There may be more than one. Maybe the ones you're referring to don't need to abduct people, but there's others that do. Mel O'Brien says here, Richard Dolan is well-meaning but a gullible fool. Another disclosure. Nut. Disclosure my arse. Me arse, it won't happen. I think that's unfair to Richard Dolan. Very unfair. And what's more, you may be... See, as I said, I'm in two minds about that. Could disclosure happen or not? I'm already planning a video about that. Actually, this is why I want to get this one out of the way. And don't worry, I'm not going to go on and on about UFOs continuously on the channel. I'm going to discuss other issues as well. But I do think that's not true, what you just said. Zyfantiop says on the same video, every time there's a bloody UFO story in the news, you lot think it's disclosure. Stephen Greer's been pumping this for 30 years. You can't know what a book's about till you read the book unless it's written by Andrew Johnson. All right, that's me referring to Nick Redfern's book. Well, firstly, I think you do need to read Andrew's books to know what they're about. I've read a few of them, and they're actually pretty good. I know they're related. There is some new material in them, but they are also related to stuff you get on his website. Indeed, he gives them. You can get free copies in PDF for free. But you know me, I like a good old-fashioned paper, lovely, perfect bound paper book. You can't beat that. He also signed them for me, which is just well, because that's probably not going to happen again for a while. So I've got signed copies of 3 or 4 of his books, and I do recommend them. Patrick Patel says on UFO Disclosure 2020 Big D Declassification, this is Major Tom to ground control, but I think those WW2 German scientists and engineers are the real aliens. All of the UFOs are at the NASA headquarters or Area 51 probably. You know, Patrick, the first sentence is actually from that ballad by David Bowie, Space Oddity, which is a very sad song actually if you look at the lyrics. It's about an astronaut who flies into space and dies in an accident. The World War II scientists, yeah, they are the real aliens. Well, some of them might be, you see. I mean, maybe some of them are reptilian, some of them are in disguise. I mean, we know from Hermann Rausching, who was Adolf Hitler's secretary, that Hitler himself appeared to be undergoing some kind of demonic possession. He actually told him once that he'd seen what he called he used a German word that's hard to translate, but it means some kind of demon, monster, antichrist, and he said he was cruel and intrepid. He frightened me. And all the UFOs are at the NASA headquarters or Area 51 probably. Actually, they're probably spread out in numerous places. I mean, Area 51 is kind of its definitive secret base, but there's probably several of them in different places, you know, which where you go to. I mean, there's probably other bases which have UFO projects too. Right, we have coronavirus again, TK. Oh, it's a link here to something to do with Oxfordshire. What's this? And it is, it is Slaxer's Park. And I'm not going to... Well, it's not a secret anymore, TK, because Slaxer himself has actually said so. Okay. So, Slaxer, get ready to be mobbed by your groupies. Where are we now? Okay. We are now... Dazastar. Oh, Dazastar here is on UFO Disclosure. Once again, Steve mumbling, very easy to beat in a debate. All that needs to be done is to use his own perverse logic against him, and he always goes quiet, like stealing from somebody in a coma. That you know Steve Trueblue, so we're familiar with this kind of thing. I hope Steve's doing all right, by the way. And mumbling replies, "What makes you say I've gone quiet? You couldn't beat an egg. Why do you think all those billions of ghosts out there, not one of them has ever done a TV interview?" Well, they have, haven't they, Steve? They've done TV interviews, as explained. Dazza Star, because if you want to be silly, I can use your own logic against you. Where's a recent picture of the lunar buggy on the moon? Sound ridiculous? Then stop using that shit against me and be sensible. I'm open-minded. Show me a ghost. I'd be happy to meet one. Why haven't you taken me to the cleaners yet? I can hardly wait. When you can show me a picture of the moon buggy on the moon as of this millennium, then I will introduce you to a ghost. Deal? I've already owned you with your silly suggestions. Anyone reading what you've wrote can see how pathetic your debating skills are. Wrong. You said you'd take me to the cleaners. I'm still waiting. I said try to debunk the paranormal, which you know nothing about. You replied introduce me to a ghost, which was silly. I replied you show me a picture of the lunar buggy. Essentially you're using your own demagoguery against you. I think that's taking you to the cleaners as far as I'm concerned. Next. And again you're wrong. I said I have no interest in ghosts. They don't exist. There's nothing to debunk. Steve, how do you know that if you've got no interest in them? Prove me wrong. Introduced me to a ghost. What's silly about that? If you know ghosts exist, you must be in contact with at least one. Otherwise, you don't know, do you? It's just your opinion. There's no such thing as a lunar buggy. No one has been to the moon recently, so there aren't going to be any recent pictures of the lunar rovers on the lunar surface. If that's what you're talking about, who do you think would have taken these recent pictures, and what on earth has that got to do with the paranormal? Show me a picture of the proto-lunar buggy left by the first missions. That's what I meant, which you know. Show me a recent picture of that so we can conclusively prove the moon landings are real. Otherwise the same applies to you, and you can't, then I'm going to have to just say something doesn't exist, quid pro quo. And it has got something to do with your mental debunking this and that whenever you feel like dismissing. You said, quote, I haven't found anything I cannot debunk, so I gave you ghosts as an example, and you launch into ridiculous demands, which I'm just doing the same back, and you don't seem to be too thrilled about it. If you don't want to be juvenile, we can debate it, but don't try to be clever, because I can make you look like a complete cunt. Yeah, Daz, you're being rude to Steve, but I know Steve will give as good as he gets, so I'm gonna, I don't have a problem with that. And we have now Probe Autumn 2017. That's an oldie goldie. And Steve071 says, no upcoming reportages due to circumstances beyond your control. So I picked an old one to rewatch. Oh, I hope you enjoy it, Steve. That's it. This is an oldie goldie, Probe Autumn 2017. Unfortunately, this is the problem, isn't it? The moment I am limited in the kind of videos I can make. I can't make reportages. I can't do roving reviews. Things like that, and there won't be any of those until after the lockdown, which is sad, because I love doing those kinds of videos. This was going to be the last probe, and it's, Diego Rivera says on UFO Disclosure 2020, Boris Johnson has reptilian DNA. Really? Are you sure about that? I think he's the most human, one of the most human statesmen we've had in the world for bloody ages. Gin Skim Pivot is back again on Big D declassification. You need to edit more, mate. If you take the gibberish out, you could get a decent 2.5-minute video out of this bollocks. Yes, this is a video which you have watched, Gin. No one's forcing you to watch it. You could just thumb it down and bugger off. Why don't you just do that? If you choose to watch my channel, all right, no one's forcing you to. You then put comments on here, which I'm quite happy for you to do, and I'm quite happy to reply to. But now, which 2.5 minutes do you think I should keep in, and what about the rest of it? I think that video is about an hour long. So the rest of it, the other 57.5 minutes, I should edit out. All right. If I should edit out those 57.5 minutes, which minutes are they, and why should I do it? Come on, Barry Norman. Come on, Jonathan Ross. Give us what you have to say. David Icke Band. We got TK. Happens when in a crisis you try to convince people there is no crisis. It's just stupid as anyone who promotes, defends or disseminates such misinformation. I see. So are you saying really that, you know, we would tolerate this normally, but because of this extreme emergency situation, we have to tighten up the rules a little bit. We have to change our policies. You know, so we don't want to do it, but you know, needs must when the devil drives. So we're going to take away this free speech temporarily, of course. Is that what you're saying, TK? Because believing those words is the slippery slope to dictatorship. All happens every time. Don't fall for it again. Right, Jim Skim Pivot has just repeated the comment he made previously about UFOs and the Apollo missions and about the evidence thereof and why people believe them and don't believe them. And again, I'm not going to repeat myself here. He's completely wrong. And he misunderstands the whole situation. Steve071 says the Invisibles. That's another great old video I made with Nick Hayes. Ben of the Emlyn-Joneses. Do you plan to follow up with Nick on the Invisibles? Nick seems like a great guy. Best wishes, Steve. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, I'm going to give you a love heart for that, Steve. I've always been making plans to follow up with Nick. It's not been possible basically because of various issues to do with Nick's own life, and now the lockdown is going to hamper our abilities an awful lot too. But yeah, I do have plans for other things, you know, I really do. Now we move on to Mage UFO Crash livestream. Darren Hesmondhay says, "Hi pal." Hi Darren, how are you? Thanks for watching. Where are we now? We now have a thread. Live Ben, says Legend Real. Yes, sorry, you missed the live stream there, Legend, but thanks for leaving the comment. And as Legend puts underneath here, thank you. Okay. Darren says, hi mate. Hi Darren. Angela Blue says on Mage UFO Crash livestream 1. This is the first of 2 live streams I did on this subject. I'm going to do another video about this subject because there's been important updates. Ben, I wondered if you've seen on Flight Radar 24 the big balloons. Google Project Loon. You will find most of them around Ecuador. The other place you will find them is around Kenya. Yeah, I think I actually answered this on the second live stream, Angela, because I did address comments. I did say I would address them again on this video. But Project Loon are a network of balloons that are flying in some certain areas, including parts of South America and Central Africa. And their purpose is actually communications. They're a form of mobile communications antenna. Google have actually set this up to try and improve internet access in those regions and try and improve basically the internet connection speed and things like that. I don't think this has got anything to do with it though, Angela, because from what I've seen, Project Loon is not the area of Brazil we're talking about is not affected by this. If it is, then it's probably some kind of I will look into it again before I do the update. Okay, because I'm going to do the update. Barbara Whittle, hello Barbara. Sorry I missed the live stream, but enjoy now. Oh, you're welcome, Barbara. And Splendid Isolation says, cool, okay. And he missed it too, so sorry about that, Splendid. Sorry about that. Videos from the Underground says, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Well, try telling that to the bloody Twitter and Spreaker and all these other people. Oh god, it's been frustrating, mate. It really has. Goonlove says, hi mate. Hi Goonlove, how are you? Ravenhill of the Crossbow Sword Merchant 1968 says, hi Ben, hope you're well. You too, Raven. Pardon me. You too, Raven. You thanks very much. Goonlove says, hi mate. Okay. And Jack Parker says on Mage 1, third phase of the moon site just released an excerpt of Donald Trump stating he thought the time it's time, because of the way things are, we're going to be showing things that you've never seen before, things you could never imagine. Alright. I'll check that out. Well, what they say, I mean, third phase, I've gone off third phase quite a bit for reasons I explained in the live stream, but I'll have to check that out. I'll check that out. I'm paraphrasing. The expert, he mentioned super duper missiles, he called it, seemingly out of phase with what, okay, stop that, with what he was saying, supposedly 17 times faster than anything we've ever made a missile. His speaking seemed a bit cryptic. I'll have to watch the video to be sure, Jack, but I do know that Trump has said some very strange things about this whole phenomenon. He really has. He's said some odd things which don't always make sense, but I think are fascinating and deserve more viewpoints. Okay. Anyway, guys, that's another hour over with. Can I squeeze another hour in before her HPANWO show? I might do, because I want to get this over with. Basically, I want to get this recorded in the can, so I can edit it, upload it, and things like that. So back shortly. Right, I am back again. Yes, this is going to be a two-parter. I've just realised, because I'm now in the 8th hour, which means we broke the 7-hour barrier. I didn't think I'd have to do this for just 1 month of comments. It's incredible. So that's it. So let's carry on with where we left off. I've just been talking to Jack Parker. Jack Parker again says here on Mage UFO Crash Livestream 1, Donald Trump was in a great part referring to disclosure of Space Force in words more to it than missiles, as if there was a new paradigm of science to display. Now, the whole situation with Trump and the Space Force, I've done several videos on that, and you're right, Jack. There's something totally different. It is more than missiles. It's something else, and what it is, I'm not sure yet. But something obviously is coming out, and he's even commented on these videos, these new ATIP videos. He calls them one hell of a video. It's the first time he's referred to them, even though there's absolutely no way on earth he's not been briefed. He knows all about them. So Matt Englist 81 Taylor says, Ben, you legend. Oh, thanks, Matt. Thank you very much, Matt. Matt Englist 81 Taylor, thank you. That's on the same video. We go forward again to the same one. Oh, here we are, Ben. Right, it's a link. It's a YouTube link. What's it say? Let's have a look. Oh, right, this is another video about... Is this a video about Mage? Yeah. Alright, this is some of the video. This is some of what I was looking for. Yeah, this is some of what I was looking for. Oh, thanks very much, Matt. There's going to be an update on that. I mean, I've got another thing to say about it. And there's been some new information. I want to just come out and tell you, but I want to just get this damn comments reply video done. I've started, I'm going to finish it, but there's so much more. I'll probably do another video in the next couple of days after this has come out. Zythantiops says on Mage UFO Crash Livestream, I thought you said you were going live at 7 to 8 on YouTube. Bad. Antonio Villas-Boas, I think he used to play for Arsenal. I don't think he was up to playing for any football team after what the aliens did to him, I'll tell you, mate. But yeah, I couldn't... I explained in the video, and indeed in the second one, why I couldn't go live on YouTube. I have done since then. I did go live on YouTube, and everything worked out all right. But I explained this to you, Zythantiops. I cannot. Going live on YouTube was a big deal, but now I did do it. It was perfectly successful. The second live stream I did live on YouTube, and it's perfectly successful. Okay, just going to get this. As Zythantiops says, show the chat. I can't show the chat because it's a recording from Facebook. The chat was on Facebook. You do realise there have been OVNI flaps going on like this for decades, don't you, Ben? Now, the word OVNI is an acronym, just like UFO, in Portuguese and Spanish, which means UFO, unidentified flying objects. And indeed, yes, they have been indeed. And Zythantiops continues. And how is the military covering something up to be defined as disclosure with a capital D? If anything, in theory, it would be the opposite. To be defined... What? It's obvious how they're covering it up. There's the crash retrievals, Zy. I mean, what do you mean in theory it would be the opposite? I don't understand. There's been these UFO flaps have been going. Yeah, UFO flaps have always been happening. The government, you mean what? I think that's what you mean by the military, covers it up. Yeah, they through various methods, which I've talked about: official ridicule and denial, the suppression of testimony and whistleblowers, the confiscation and seclusion, or if that's the word, secretion of decisive physical evidence. In other words, crash retrievals. Crafty Nihilist says, "Hi Ben, hi Crafty, how are you?" Crafty Nihilist is a good, well, both of them. There's actually two of them actually, yes, and they're good people. They're really, really good people. Matt Inglis 81 Taylor says, "Ben, you're a good egg. What do you think of this?" Thanks. A lot of people call me egg. I mean, probably because my head looks like one. So it's running a bit slow at the moment. You know what? It's because I'm already got the editing software processing part 1. That's why. So it'll catch up in a minute. What's this? Oh my god! UFO over Nepal.
And 2 lights going to the top.
It looks like the London Eye is taken to the sky. It's a circular object. It looks like rotating, or it has lights rotating around its rim. Central single light on the hub, and now the hub is now sending beams out. It's obviously over a built-up area. There's lots of big buildings around. Goodness me. That's only a couple of minutes long. Wow, it's beautiful. It really is. Matt, I don't know what to think of that. I don't know what it is. The problem is you can't rely on photographic evidence anymore, including video evidence. It's just too easy to fake stuff. It doesn't carry the same weight it used to. And there's a terrible signal-to-noise ratio problem. And so, the sad thing is that could be real. It could be a real video, and it's sad that for the people who present real UFO videos, I feel sorry for them. I really do, because they're in a terrible bind. Because let's face it, I mean, there's so many fakes, aren't there? Oh, same video. 40RTR40 says, "Beware of wannabe friends hackers." There's a link here. Should I click this if it's something to do with hackers? I don't want to click stuff that's related to hackers. I don't know. It's just a YouTube video. Most dangerous comment on YouTube. Everyone's account is at risk. Oh, that's horrible.
TLDR. Every single YouTube account
Oh,
seems to be...
This is the Quartering. I know him. He's like a kind of Sargonista. Alright, I'll have to watch that later. It's 20 minutes long. But thanks for warning me, 40RTR40. I just thought, is that going to be hacking? Funny is, I mean, I jerked back a bit because there's like an ad for some hay fever remedy that came on, and it has like people with weird grass and things coming out their eyes. It looks creepy. Same one, Mage1, Grace777 says, "I like the flooring, Ben. It's got a real Masonic Lodge vibe to it." I know. A lot of people comment on the checkerboard flooring I've got here. Honestly, it was like that when, as far as I know, it was like that when Jelly lived in here, the previous guy who lived in this room. I didn't have any kind of I don't think there's nothing Masonic about this building I live in. It's like quite a standard block of flats, sort of 1960s vintage. There's nothing Masonic ever goes on here. I can promise you. Hugh Jarsoul says on Mage1, "Shouldn't she be more concerned with Bill Gates rather than UFOs?" Well, Hugh, I'm concerned with both. I will be covering the Bill Gates thing and vaccines when it comes to a head. Right now, I'm a sort of jack of all trades. Why should I prioritise one subject over another? I think the UFO subject is very urgent, as is Bill Gates and what he's up to. So, I think I should concentrate on both, and that's what I'm trying to do. Pauline Phillips, hi Pauline, says, "Thank you, Ben. I hadn't heard anything about this. Sounds like I'm the only person in the world. I look forward to any updates you can give us." Oh, right, Pauline, thanks. That's Mage 1. I have, of course, done a Mage 2 with his updates. There's going to be another video about this pretty soon. I've actually done a HPANWO Voice blog article about it. Please do watch HPANWO Voice, you guys. Really appreciate that. Okay, so UFO Disclosure 2020 Big D declassification. Charles Scott has posted a very long comment here. I don't know if it's maybe too long to read. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Charles Scott says, I'm convinced that the following evidence is virtually 100% probability that extraterrestrial spacecraft and their occupants are visiting the Earth, and genuine photos and film footage exist of extraterrestrial spacecraft and extraterrestrial humanoids. I make no apologies by using my previous comments and combine them all together here to indicate why I can say virtually 100% probability. You know, I agree with you on that. I agree with you. Alright, this is the other... This is the stuff to do with Roswell, yeah, which you posted before. It needs only one witness out of the approximate 30 witnesses on the camera to be correct, stating an alien body, extraterrestrial material. It requires all witnesses to be incorrect for the terrestrial, which is exceptionally improbable. I quite agree, Charles, I do. I'm not aware of his testimony on camera stating the flying saucer followed by the weather balloon statement as fabrication for a cover-up. No, I mean... Exactly, this is the... This is where I think the Pilkingtons of this world go wrong, yeah. And I've had a little rant about that already in this video. The likes of Marcel Blanchard and others who said extraterrestrial material continues to be employed by the military, fantasist liars, are incorrectly identifying material as extraterrestrial, are ludicrous idiots who are not fit for employment. Well, I'd have thought so. I mean, it seems a bit of a giveaway, doesn't it? I mean, there's a limit on... I think there really has to be a limit on how much kind of... What's the word? How much deception has to go in before you start to think to yourself, well, maybe this isn't deception, maybe this is a double bluff. Which I think we're looking at. We're essentially looking at a double bluff here. Charles continues. It is totally illogical and improbable to use flying saucer followed by weather balloon statement to cover up terrestrial material. By stating weather balloon indicates to media, public and foreign intelligence that a cover-up exists. Why the need to state weather balloon when the flying saucer statement was the intended cover-up? Stating flying saucer brings massive investigation by media, public and foreign intelligence. The last thing the military would want for a cover-up. Well, exactly. This is what the thing about I said about drawing people's attention towards something with the intention of deflecting it away. I mean, just think how many times that could backfire. The last thing, yeah, it's far more logical and probable that the weather balloon was a cover-up for an extraterrestrial material. Suggestions such as mogul balloon, I suspect, is disinformation by intelligence agencies. It most certainly is. I've been debating that with Steve Mumbling this particular month. Initially, it looks like the George Adamski and Howard Menger films are identical fake crude models, until you understand why the spacecraft has a tall dome to accommodate 6 to 7 feet humanoids, and 3 ball gravity antiflyers, or 3 propulsion units, whatever you wish to call them, under the spacecraft, which is similar to the TR-3B. It has 3 propulsion units, not necessarily balls, and the East German Dart, which has 3 balls. This refers to craft which are man-made craft, but they're based on extraterrestrial technology which has been basically gleaned from studying these salvaged wrecks. They have like spherical objects underneath them. The Adamski craft, I don't actually know much about Adamski, but it has like 3 ball-like structures, spherical structures underneath the disc, whereas the TR-3B, which is a large triangular object, and the Dart which was recovered actually in the late 80s in East Germany, shortly before that country ceased to exist and was absorbed into the United Germany, was a smaller triangular craft which had a single-seater cockpit, which had 3 objects underneath at the corners, like the TR-3B but smaller. Rich Planet TV's done a very good, interesting talk about that, and Bob Lazar's spacecraft have 3 gravity amplifiers. Yeah, that's the one he talks about. Perhaps some or all are fake, though it is more probable that the TR-3B, East German Dart, and Lazar's spacecraft exist. I think so too, yeah. Adamski and Menger wouldn't know about the TR-3B or East German Dart. No, because it was long before then. Or Bob Lazar's spacecraft. What is currently certainly real based on the following credible analysis. And there's some more links here. Are Adamski and Menger's photographs and films. Many viewers say it's fake. It looks false. It looks fake, but that's not credible evidence. If Howard Menger or George Adamski were to fake these identical spacecraft and extraterrestrial humanoids, I wouldn't expect them to create identical spacecraft like their photo. Why not smooth and slick sports model like Lazar's spacecraft? It has these balls sticking out. The following film footage is compelling evidence that the aircraft is doing maneuvers beyond any known military, as stated by the Pentagon officials. It's simple. The aircraft is either human secret cover-up or aircraft or extraterrestrial aircraft. I think the latter is more probable. To suggest this footage is disinformation is approaching stupidity. The thing is, though, Charles, for some people, everything is disinformation. Everyone's a shill except them. Absolutely everything is disinformation. Nothing happens the Illuminati don't want to happen. Basically, we're in the New World Order, and that's the end of it. I don't accept that position any more than you do.
People are not
Oh, hang
asking
on,
the
this
right
is
questions. They're not asking the right.
Oh, funny, I keep getting ads for Gaia and things like that.
I got a military
Right.
official who ran the covert government
Oh,
program.
I've seen
up
this.
until
It's the
this
news
last-
story about the. Yeah, I've seen that. That's the ATIP footage. Now, yeah, funnily enough, I keep getting ads for things that suit me. You know, Gaia TV and people, things like that. That's quite something, isn't it? Oh, but anyway, and let's carry on up here. So, but Charles, very interesting. Now, that was, how long ago did you post that? 5 days ago. And Steve Mumbling has replied, which is odd. Simon Jandrell, hello again, Simon, who says, I'm blimey, I managed to find footage, some very strange footage indeed, that all that firing recon propaganda to make big it up even more. Saw a huge craft being filmed from eye of sight. Fascinating stuff. All right. Managed to find some. Where could you post us a link? Very strange footage indeed. All that firing recon propaganda. I don't quite understand what you're saying here. Sorry, Chimon. App Rolly says underneath, blimey, I bloody love it. Good. Oh, God bless this. Reply to comments 12. This is a really old video. And Steve says here, Steve Palmer is on again. Ben, I know this is an old video. I'm catching up. Hey, you see, you do like my stuff. You see, you can't resist it, can you, Steve? You can't resist my stuff. But from the reply to comments video I saw you do answer post on old videos, how can you say there was no rubble pile bigger than 2 feet when there are many photographs showing that's not true? For example, okay, what's this? Is this something to do with 9/11? Oh, it's just everything's running slow on this page at the moment. Oh, it's just something to do with 9/11, I'm guessing. Google Images. All right, yeah, we see it. This is from 9/11. I see these. Yeah, I've never disputed these exist. I didn't say 2 feet, did I? I thought it was like. I mean, I know it's much smaller than it should be. I mean, Dr. Judy Wood and Andrew Johnson go into that in more detail. But I'm familiar with these images, and I don't remember saying anything that contradicts that. This is a really old video. Reply to comments number 12. We're now on 29. Anyway, I'll have to leave it there, I think, because unless you can clarify what point we're making, maybe give me a timestamp or something. The Big Scottish Midge is back. Midgie. Oh, the Big Scottish Midgie. On Mage 1. Ben, get a background, please. Anything would do. A cheap green screen, a poster, a towel, Jesus, even a pair of pants. You'd make all your vids better, man. Making videos from his bedroom slights what you actually provide. The sight of buckets, beds, looks like pure shite. Your contents are great, so up your game. Well, alright, Midgie. As you can see, I have covered up the bucket, which simply contains my dirty socks and underpants. Maybe you're right, you know, I mean, the thing about it is, this is my home. It's my studio, but it's also my home. I don't have a separate studio. You see, it's like, so that's what I do. But I'll see. I'm thinking about, like, there are actually two. There's like a water pipe there and a little electric conduit there. I could actually get a big sheet and hang a wire to like flop it over, and that will provide a bit of a background. I'm thinking of doing that. Steve Mumbling. Oh, he has replied on Mage 1, but not to Charles's video. Not to Charles's. I think he's already replied to Charles's points. He's probably getting fed up with it. Here we go. The Virginia incident is another debunked steaming pile. Oh, really? And he puts here, Wikipedia, Virginia. You bloody... Honestly, man. Honestly. It's debunked. That's all he says. And then he posts a link to the Wikipedia page, which is bloody awful. It's even worse than the crop circle one. The Mage UFO on the ground is just a kitchen bowl or colander. Alright, look, Steve, I'm going to do an update on this, okay? Will you be sat? Can I answer you then? It's just one more UFO science fiction nonsense. It's more likely to be something to do with this. Alright, I think this is the Chinese thing. Let's have a look. The orbital path is shown precisely over the region of Brazil where the UFO came from. I've seen this video. I don't think it explains the lights in the sky. Alright, it really doesn't. But anyway, I'll be covering that in a future video. If it's true that the Americans have gone to Brazil to investigate and haven't seen any evidence of this, it would be because they would have an intelligence interest in Chinese space vehicle technology. Well, Steve, actually, I come to think of it, I haven't seen evidence that that's even happening. There's no talk of any ground forces, any strange people on the ground at all. The locals are talking about unusual aircraft activity. There's the incident at the Star Factory, but nothing really that suggests any activity on the ground. Mage1, a fairy tooth. Hi, fairy tooth. Hi, Ben. I didn't hear about this either. Thanks. Keep us informed, please. I will, fairy. Thanks for your interest, and I will be. Obviously, I've done a part 2 to this particular video. This was 4 days ago. Fairy made this comment, and I've done part 2 since then. But you know, I'll be doing others as well. Let's see how this is getting on. Right. I'm just going to quickly look at what I'm editing here. It was bloody playing up earlier. Let's see. No, it's not now. Was I, ladies and gentlemen? Mark Crane. Mage UFO crash a live stream. Hi, Ben. Hope you're well. Hi, Mark. Good to hear from you again. Hope you are too. Oh, Mark Crane says buffering for me now. First time. I'm so. Oh dear. Well, you see, it's actually a recording, so it can't be buffering this time. It's probably at your end. But I'm sorry you're having that experience, Mark. I hope it sort of works out for you. Hope that's... Here we are. Alright. Steve071 says, on the Bases Project Conference 2014. Oh, blimey, another old one. Steve, you're going through my old videos quite a lot. Carry On Camping 2, starring Benny Jones as Big Dick Johnson. The Portrait Buddha. Oh. Or maybe I should do a Sid James laugh. Oh, and it was a bit like that, wasn't it? I did actually stay in a tent, didn't I? Yeah. Oh. Ada Ian says on Mage1, "Where's the video clickbait?" What do you mean? I don't have any clickbait. I'm not selling anything, except my books, of course. But, Charles Scott says on Mage1, I'm virtually 100% certain extraterrestrial spacecraft and their occupants are visiting the Earth. See my comment, and perhaps this Mage UFO case is a mixture of true and fake footage. The fake footage to discredit the real footage, perhaps it's difficult to tell. Yeah, that's a good position to take, I think, Charles. You have to like put it all in the don't know basket until you can put it in the do know basket, or do know that it's not real sort of basket. So that's been my policy, really. That's really where I've been trying to take this whole thing, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how time will tell. But I am going to do an update on this. I'm planning an update. Ravenhill, the Crossbow Sword Merchant, 1968, of 5 days ago. He says, where is it? Here we go. Good night, Ben. Alex Jones has been banned from the internet altogether. Or are there still places online where you can watch and listen to him? Thanks, Ben. Oh, of course. I mean, yeah. Ravenhill, he was banned from major social media platforms. I mean, completely banning him from the internet is impossible. He has his own website. He has his own domain. And of course, Shay Withrow says underneath, banned.video. Oh, banned.video is a great resource because they basically pool all the politically incorrect stuff and all the taboo stuff. And indeed, Prison Planet, all these videos are there, and Prison Planet. And look, your one stop for this sort of thing is BitChute. Go to BitChute; it's fantastic. That's where I use BitChute. I back everything up on BitChute at the moment. That's my spare place, really. Zythantiops says just do a search on YouTube for Alex Jones, and when the results come up, go to Filter. Go to either today, 24 hours, or past week, and the links will show there are a few channels still putting his stuff up. You can do that anytime, and you will see his latest stuff. That's true, Zythantiops. As with David Icke, I mean, just because they got these people offline, of course, other people upload their stuff, and indeed, There's people who've done that with me. So if I disappear from YouTube, I would still, you put my name into YouTube, I'd still be there. It's just third-party content creators have used my material. That's all. Which people can. If people want to upload my stuff, that's fine. I mean, I just ask for moral rights, as with books, you know, which is just identifying me and things like that. But as far as copyright goes, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, these videos are in the public domain. Plano B, that's an unusual name, says this is this in Portuguese? Has put something in Portuguese here. Let me just let me just do this. Hang on, I'm just going to translate this before I do anything else, because he's put a link here, but I want to know what he's going to say before there's any kind of link. So I'm just going to translate quickly. Here we go. So put that in there. Detect language. Let's have a look. Portuguese detected. People come to see this. Right. Let's have a look at what you've got to say, Mr. Plano. I mean, I think because I've been commenting on some of the Portuguese videos using Translate, some people might have come back in. Oh, right. Oh, that is the so-called saucepan lid footage, which may or may not be an extraterrestrial spacecraft. As I've said before, there's going to be an update on this, but I'm leaving it for now. I'm leaving it in the don't know basket for now. But Plano, I hope you can understand me. But thanks very much for the link. I hope you can speak English. I can't speak Portuguese, but thank you very much, Steve. Right, Steve Palmy. No, Mage live stream 2 now. That last one was on live stream 2 as well. Steve Palmer says, why are people making fake videos? On the La Rock video, Mumbling brings up the point that you ask, why would people make stuff up? So why are they making these hoax videos? Alright, good question. I ask why would people make stuff up? I mean, let's have a look here, what we have here. Oh, we have Mumbling. Oh, it's Steve. I've watched this video. It's Steve's La Rock Gate thing. Steve Mumbling made this video. Okay, so why are they making up these hoax videos? Well, you've got to ask yourself, what's the motive, Steve? What's the motive for making up these hoax videos? What do they get? What do they? Certain people, you could actually put a question mark over their motives, especially if they're getting attention and things like that. But other people, you know, people like Scarlett Moffat, who's just been in the news talking about her alien abduction experience. She's a reality TV star. What does she gain apart from she's putting herself out there to the point where she could be in? Oh, bloody hell! Sorry, let me just delete. I put the damn Portuguese thing in there. So, apologies. Let me just delete that. Let me go back to the old. Oh, apologies. That's it. We're still on the 8th hour. Yes, we are. Here we go. How's the edit going? All right. Oh, it's okay. Getting there. This can take a couple of hours. But anyway, Steve says, why are people making fake videos? Well, you've got to ask yourself, why would someone who has everything to lose by speaking about these things still speak about them? Alright, same video. We have Secure Team 10 versus Insecure Team 10. Alright. Oh, is this one of these... are you one of these drama people? I don't know. Let's have a look. Anyway, the footage is real. I actually have 2-minute long official footage. Really? Let's have a look. Alright, this is... well, firstly, this is a mirror image. It's all inverted. It's laterally inverted. It's just the same thing, but there's some weird music in the background. Oh. It's focusing on the blue lights on this object. Okay, I can't see what's... it's just like zoomed in. It's alright, let's have a look. As far as I can see here, what we have here, Secure Team 10 versus Insecure Team 10, is the same footage, except it's slowed down. It's inverted, so it's laterally inverted, so it's a mirror image, and you focused in on a couple of the you've done some like zoom in. That doesn't really tell me much, unfortunately. And Steve Palmer here has posted a YouTube link. Come on, let's see what it says. Okay. Oh, it's a Oh, this is Steve mumbling. Apparently, Ben isn't going to respond to my videos in future. What? I haven't seen this one. Alright, I've got to catch up on... Alright, I suppose I've got to catch up on Steve's stuff. But, you know, I must actually admit, Steve... I'm actually just going to sub to that channel I've just been looking at. The Secure Team 10-1. But Steve, sorry... Steve Palmer, I am going to reply to Steve Mumbling's videos, just not the moon ones. So I'll look at that in a minute. I can't go through Steve Mumbling's shit right now. I'm getting tired. I want to get this over with. It's now nearly midnight. I want to get this over with. Thomas Cowan, hey Thomas, how are you doing? Livestream 2, come on Ben, it's all swamp gas, buddy. Yes, I know, and weather balloons and lighthouses and joyriding ice cream then. Tom, you know you're onto a good thing, don't you? You really know you're onto a good thing when the skeptic explanations get more crazy than anything we could come up with. Thomas Cowan also says, these big tech giants are as corrupt as it gets. They bloody are, aren't they? Thomas says, did you get those vids I sent you on Instant Messenger? Yes, I must have done, Tom, because I have been checking I checked my messenger since then. Emma-Jones says on Mage 1, well, they wouldn't tell the public if it was a UFO, would they? Because we definitely can't handle it, lol. That's their attitude, Emma, yes. I thought Brazil would have been a bit more open, possibly, about this sort of thing. Not sure. Unfortunately, Emma, it looks as if Brazil has basically the classic global policy that you get from, like, the US. I mean, they tend to bring the Americans in on things. It's pretty unanimous across the world, actually, this policy. And I've not yet heard of a state actor who deviates from it. I mean, in Mexico they have a slightly different attitude generally to UFOs, but it's slightly more open. Like a person like a character like Jaime Maussan, who's like a primetime TV star. There's no one in the English-speaking world like that, or as far as I know, in Brazil. But that policy, the crash retrieval policy, is still in place. Gary Robinson says on Livestream 2, did you know that I did the music for the new Rich Planet Manchester documentary? Cheers. Yeah, you did tell me, because obviously we've discussed this before, and it's good. I mean, I'm glad that you get the chance to do some music for Richard, and it's good music. I mean, Richard's score on Richard's productions is really good. It's a very fine production, and it's not the one I saw previously. I've just seen it. I saw Richard's basically. He did like a live show thing. This was actually a real kind of. This was like a real documentary, and it's very good. And as I say, I think Richard's proved his case when it comes to Manchester. It's pretty clear that it's dodgy as hell. Scowling Wolf said on Livestream 2, they'd unsubbed me again. Thank you, Ben. Have you been unsubbed, Scowling? I mean, I was unsubbed to a channel I've just discovered, and I've gone back and subbed again. Bastards! Absolute unsubbing people is. Surely that's unethical behaviour. Chris Bird said, I'm here, it's Monday the 18th of May, better late than never. Thanks, Chris. Thanks very much, and appreciate that. Mark Crane says on Livestream 2, buffering from me again, didn't get halfway through. Right you are. As I said, it seems that I didn't have that problem on my end this time, so it must be yours. I'm sorry about that, I hope you get it sorted. Charles Scott says, lucky I didn't notice any buffering. That's good. Thank you, Charles. Okay, we're getting near the end now, but then I've got to go and do BitChute. I've had a lot of BitChute comments actually this month to go through. It'll take me a while to get through them. Now, Perfeito do Kyoto says, I am from Brazil. Video complete with images of the UFO crash in Brazil. Right. Oh right, it's a YouTube link. Let's have a look. Right, this is Perfeito do Kyoto. Thanks, I'm going to sub to you actually. Thank you. It's quite a long video, I'll be interested to see this. Thanks. I mean, the Google Maps didn't cover it up. I mean, I cover this this is in the live stream. The Google Maps covering it up thing didn't happen, but I've just had a little skim through your video. But thanks, Perfeito do Kyoto. I will check out your channel. Hope you can speak English. Hope you can understand me. Mac Addict says on Livestream 2, what's up with this Steve Palmer nagging? Very annoying. I always miss the live shows. Apparently you're working information, Ben. Oh, sorry, appreciate your work and information, Ben. Ignore the trolls and nags. Just keep chugging. Oh, thanks, Mac. You know, you're getting a love heart for that. Steve Palmer says, would you prefer I was silenced? Suck it up. All right, Steve. Unfortunately, I do find you annoying sometimes, but that's not a reason to silence you, and I'm not going to. Okay, here we go. This is Rabbit talking on Mage 2. This is hello. Oh, this is about the sacking of David Icke from the BBC, apparently. Hello, David. Please come and sit down. What's this about, David? Well, David, your services are no longer required at the BBC. You're kicking me out? Yes, sorry, David. David's sacking himself from the BBC. Oh, for goodness sake, hang on. I'm glad we finally got the truth about David Icke lying about why he no longer works at the BBC, and it wasn't because he sacked himself so he could go on some wacky woke quest to expose shape-shifting lizard, was it? If he wasn't up lying for a living, how else would the old clown make money? Absolute nonsense. Steve Palmer brings this thing up about the poll tax. Apparently, this is something to do with David. He was a poll tax rebel. All right, and I heard about this. So I've read this page. It's awful. It's a Wikipedia page on David Icke. But the thing about David, you know, people often say that David actually was he had his career ended for him. He was basically kicked out of his career, and it's anyone who looks at the media today can see that anyone who's as famous as David was before he went on his woke quest, as it's called, well, knows that when you're that famous, you're never permanently sacked from anything. Look at Jeremy Clarkson, kicked out the BBC for far more serious things than anything David does. Again, a popular presenter, one of their assets, someone they can basically exploit and use. A personality people recognise, like David Icke. What's he doing now? I didn't see him down at Job Centre Plus. Of course not. He's presenting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Do you honestly think if David didn't want to stay in show business, he couldn't stay in show business? This is crazy. I mean, in The Light of Experience, his autobiography, he describes it as sacking himself, and it was. Okay, we've got UFO disclosure coming soon. What the hell is this? This is an old one. This is. Oh my goodness, what's this? This is like. Let's have a look. Oh my god, I don't even remember making this video. Oh wow. Your video. Hang on. Details. Where can I watch it? Here we go. Oh wow.
Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity. Stop the New World Order. Welcome to HPANWO TV.
Oh my goodness, what's this? This is from the 30th of November 2009. My goodness me, tonight HPANWO TV goes sky watching and we ask questions of when disclosure will happen or will it ever. And that was a while ago, wasn't it? That was actually 11 years ago, almost 12 years ago. I think that's the point you're making, isn't it? In fact, let's see what Rabbit says here. What's the betting you'll still be preaching a UFO disclosure in 10 years' time? Oh, right, yeah. But, goodness me. Who'd have thought it?
I'm sky watching tonight, and I just thought I'd invite everyone out to join me.
Well, yeah, where am I? I don't even know where I am here.
UFOs, and at the same time, on the same theme, discuss this disclosure.
Oh, well, I've got to say, thank you very much, Rabbit, for making me aware of it's a part 1 too, there must be more, for making me aware of a video so old I'd forgotten I'd made it. How about that, eh? There's a bit of a HPANWO TV archaeology there. Okay, Steve Palmer on Nick Colostrum in London, Nick Colostrum in Oxford, the London bombings 10 years on. This was the live show Nick did. Steve says there were 6 victims in the Edgware bombing. Terrorists are not victims, that's why the count is 6 and not 7. Oh, right, okay. So they didn't. Okay, that's. Well, I don't know what that specifically refers to, but if we made a mistake, if we got a detail wrong, I appreciate people putting us straight on that. Steve Palmer says, Ben, in regards to your YouTube live problems, what's your upload speed? Alright, that's all sorted now. Don't worry, it's all sorted. And I've checked that out, Steve. Steve's just giving me advice on my my buffering. On top of that, the guys live with a connection at the same time. You're likely to get problems. No, we have a Steve. We have a separate. I'm actually on a separate line to them, Ahmet and Hossan have their own line. It says, also, don't forget many ISPs bottleneck their internet speeds at busy times. Your connection will drop substantially, and they'll still report it's okay. Chances are your upload speed is bottlenecked at busy times, combined or with or even without multiple users. This means it's just not up to it. It's very unlikely that it's a YouTube problem, or everyone else would be in the same boat. Yeah, okay, well, it's obviously it didn't happen in this live stream. If it's solved, which is great. As a side note, in one of your replies to mumbling, you said in regards to 5G, we should just wait regarding the side effects. How long should we wait, and what will be the effects? Did I say that? I can't remember saying that, so I can't answer that question. Perhaps you could remind me. Oh, another old video, Hellfire Caves Part 2 of 10, the Eden Center. Cronenberg73 making gaming fun. That's a good username. That's almost as good as proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal trans rabbit. You guys have great names. Cronenberg says, I'll have a pint of you, by the way. I know this is an old video, but I'm plodding through your old videos. You mentioned that Eden is symbolic, that it is due to the Bible, the Garden of Eden. Or is there another reason? I'll be watching the other parts soon. Well, Cronenberg, that's great. That's from 2011 I did that. Bloody heck. These old videos, eh? They're great, aren't they? But thanks, Cronenberg. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'm glad you're enjoying my old videos. Okay, we have Apollo Detectives 50 Years on the Moon. Super Cyan says modern day spacewalks are BS hoax also. I don't think so. Not the ones from the ISS. The ISS is real. Are you a flatty? Are you into the flat earth stuff, Super Cyan 3? Anyway, reply to comments 21. Steve Palmer asked, Ben, were you ever a flat earther? Richard Warman sued David Icke, settling out of court despite taking cash. David Icke. Icke settled out of court despite taking cash from his followers to fight the case. Many who donated money felt let down, and rightly so. Okay, yes, I know Richard Warman sued David Icke, and I know there was an out-of-court settlement. I actually covered this at the time. Now, I don't know what the actual position is on the money that was donated, and whether... The problem is that David would still have had to pay a lot of money, and I imagine he spent it on that. He lost the case. Despite that, he still has costs, and I imagine he spent it on that. I don't think I donate. I mean, I donated some money to the defence fund. I didn't donate it saying, okay, if David Icke loses this, I'm gonna consider it money wasted. No, I wanted to defend him because I believe he's innocent. I think that the lawsuit was unjustified. But so could you explain a bit more about the account? Could you explain a bit more about the accounting of this, about what the situation is? Because as from what I could see, David was still left with a huge bill. And he didn't win. That's a shame, but he tried. Super Cyan 3 says on Apollo Detectives 50 Years on the Moon, how can you question the moon landings yet think these spacewalks are real with water bubbles going everywhere? Alright, because the spacewalks are real for various reasons. The ISS is real. But now there are a couple of videos which appear to have been... There's reason to believe they might have been made underwater, and that is odd. So it's possible that some of these orbital spacewalk videos are fake, but the idea that all of them are fake just doesn't fit. I mean, you get like people on the ground with telescopes watching them, and it just doesn't fit Super Saiyan. It really doesn't. I'm not a flat earther. I think the Earth is round. Patrick Patel said on Mage 2, hi Ben, I just wanted to say I think you're a very lovely man. Oh, one of the nicest I know on YouTube. Always very interesting and hardworking. Respect to you as always, bro. Oh shucks, you get a love heart for that, definitely. Right, Charles Scott says on Mage 2, I've now learnt Steve mumbling is insane. I have a screenshot of mumbling's comments too. Even if you are irate, a sane person would not say the following: you have confirmed you've been diagnosed with a mental health condition. Alright. See mumbling's comments to understand. I've been through those comments, Charles, definitely. Given the fact Steve mumbling thinks that approximately 30 witnesses testifying on camera are the fantasists, and military would continue, yeah, with the likes of Marcel, yeah, Blanchett Rickett and the others as fantasist liars, and the military's flying saucer statement following the weather balloon statements as fabrication to cover up a mogul balloon, illustrates he's not only a truth denier who ignores evidence, is non-complementist in his analysis of information, gives out disinformation, has an agenda to say Roswell was terrestrial material in origin. He's also lost his sanity. All right, yeah, I don't know about losing his sanity and things like that, but you know, you're right about the other things. I mean, his case is just unsustainable. He's convinced Roswell was a something terrestrial, and there was absolutely nothing you could call anything else about it. But of course, that's not true. That's simply not the case at all. Okay, we come to the end now. Oh, but there are more comments. I had some more. I don't know why they're not appearing here, but there were more comments. Oh, where are they? Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know why they're not appearing on these things. They're not, for some reason, they're not appearing on the list. But luckily, they're in my recent notifications. Okay, so there we go. So where are we now? Okay. Terry Winter replied to Banned. There we go. Oh, this is where he was talking about catching a virus by shaking hands. You might want to look into Brian Rose being a scammer, because there is a good evidence that a scammer he is. Here's the evidence. Okay, we have here a YouTube link. Let's see what it says. London Real's in big trouble, needs help. What's this?
Following this saga has been one of the more interesting things.
Okay, this is 7 minutes long. I don't have time to look at it. I'll look into it. But you know, I mean, Terry, Niall Murphy's been doing this on his channel. I like Niall, he's a good guy. But you realise that when you say this person's trying to scam you, and that this is a fake truther, this person is in the truth movement, but they're just out to make money, or they are some kind of shill or anything like that, you must understand that is not very original. It's not very original at all, and we need to have some kind of due process to sort this sort of thing out. You really, really do. And so if you're not going to do that, then I'm afraid, because I've been on the receiving end of accusations like this, I have to take them very, very, without much unseriously. I think I really have to. What have we here? Now we have David Icke Band. Okay. I'm just gonna. The other two are on David Icke Band, so I'm just going to go there. Hang on. Oh, I'm nearly finished now. Nearly done. And I've got to do BitChute. So I don't care. Oh, come on then. Right. Okay. Where are we now? Okay. I'm just getting through these. Alright, Jim Skim Pivot. Alright, okay, I'm just gonna I think I'll reply to Jim Skim Pivot in a minute, but first of all, Rabbit goes, I'm now gonna move to the Isle of Wight, where I'm gonna make a living out of talking shite. Are you, Rabbit? Oh, well, have a good time. Okay, we have now Jim Skim Pivot. Now, you may recall from earlier in this video, I said, when Jim Skim Pivot said this, he said this comment here, which I really objected to. Oh, where was it? I didn't delete it, but I said I would if he didn't provide evidence. It's gone. It's gone. Where is it? Oh, here it is. No, here it is. I'll cut to say, Icke is a Holocaust denier. That makes him a first-class cunt. And Rabbit said, I said here, Jim Skin Pivot, quote, Icke is a Holocaust denier, unquote. You have 1 hour to provide evidence for your accusation, otherwise your post gets deleted. So let's see what Jim Skin Pivot has said. Shall we? Let's, because he does reply to this. All right. If he replies to it, then I'll stick by my word. What are we doing for time? 5 minutes left on this. Oh, we might actually be going for hour 9. We're going to break the 8-hour barrier. Okay. Jim Skim Pivot says, okay, I don't suppose. Here we go. Nice to know you can slip into hypocrite mode on a video in which you threaten to delete me for something you don't particularly like to see. No, I'm not in hypocrite mode here. I don't object to free speech. I've allowed you to say whatever you like, and you're very scathing, you're very abrasive. You know, you are very, what's it, strident, as Richard Dawkins would said, and I've never objected to that. But as a point you make later on actually covers this, because later on in your second comment you talk about here we go, because I'll come up later. Reasonable standards of expression, libel, defamation, slander, perjury, and false witness legislation in response to your free speech allegation. Right. The reason I said I would delete your thing is because I believe that calling David Icke a Holocaust denier breaches those laws. This has nothing to do with free speech. It's to do with laws against defamation of character and malicious mischief. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm not being a bloody hypocrite. I'm saying to you, I'm not saying to you can't have free speech. I'm saying you can't break existing laws related to speech, which have nothing to do with freedom. They're to do with basically the things I've just mentioned. Are you familiar with Icke's "And the Truth Shall Set You Free" and his statements on David Cole, Jews funding Hitler, and his misrepresentation of the historical records surrounding Nazi soap manufacturer? I'll wait. Alright, he goes on here. I don't suppose you'll be coming back to discuss this like an adult, but that's fine. I get the feeling you always like to lean towards the majority when you outnumber dissenters in debates. Safety in numbers and all that. Yeah. Oh, Jim Skin Pivot. I haven't done your funny voice. I've got to do that, actually. Jim Skin Pivot, you're talking to a guy who's a member of Oxford Skeptics in a pub. You're talking about a guy who's attended the Oxford Communist Corresponding Society as a guest member of their panel. Okay, you are talking to someone for whom what you've just said is completely and utterly inappropriate. Couple of things, Ben. I'm doing his voice now. If you haven't read Icke's "And the Truth Shall Set You Free" and aren't familiar with Holocaust denial, then you look a bit of a dick for, once again, defending someone you have no great experience of beyond wanting to be a fanboy because he's seen as an oppressed individual. I don't know what are you talking about there. I am familiar with Holocaust revisionism and denial. Yes, that those two are separate things, and I've looked into it indeed. In fact, I've actually covered this on HPANWO Radio on the HPANWO main site blog, if you want to check those things out, because I've been accused of it too. I don't really see about wanting to be a fanboy because he's seen as an oppressed individual. Okay, Icke is a wacko. He denies and misrepresents the Holocaust the Germans admit and subscribe to. Does that make someone a wacko because he denies and misrepresents something that other people subscribe to? Well, he denies a lot of things other people subscribe to. Maybe this is not one of them. And neither you nor any other SJW or Icke groupie. You're calling me an SJW, an Icke groupie? It's the SJWs who are after David. Can debate me on matters you clearly have no knowledge of. Next, as I said before, freedom of speech isn't free. People died for it. Oh, Jim Skin Pivot, I know that very well. This is why I am so keen to defend it. I'm very well aware of the prices we've had to pay to gain free speech, which is why I don't like the idea that people take it away from people like David. Which you obviously do. You're obviously quite happy to see David has his freedom of speech stripped from him because you disagree with him, whereas I'm not. Anyway, but that doesn't mean we can't have reasonable standards of expression. I agree, and you list them here: libel, defamation, slander, perjury, and false witness legislation. Precisely, that's to do with lying in court. There are laws that already exist related to those and always have. What we're talking about when I talk about free speech, alright, is totally different. It's a completely different issue. What you've just said has absolutely nothing to do with David Icke. Okay. Precisely where do you do your little sobbing girl impression over these statutes, which all predate Holocaust denial? What? Do my what? Do your little sobbing girl impression over these statutes. When have I done any? Oops. Okay, well, I'll answer. We'll go on to the little sobbing girl thing in a moment. Okay. Right, so I'll start that again. Okay, I'm just going to... might as well just keep recording. I'm just recording, okay. Might as well just keep this recording going now. I'm on a roll. Little sobbing girl impression. I mean, I'd like to know where I do that to those statutes that I've just read out. I've just read them out in a calm adult voice. And I know very well that, I mean, all predate Holocaust denial. Well, you see, Holocaust revisionism and denial only came about after the Holocaust event actually happened, which was in the 1940s, 1930s and 40s in Germany. And yes, of course, those laws predate that. I mean, is that relevant? How's that relevant? Anyway, he goes on. In my experience, the "thanks for your comment, it will be answered" response joke is usually only the confirmation you need that you're dealing with a joker who has no intention of ever getting back to you. What have I done now? Well, what am I doing now? I've explained to you why I put these "thanks for your comment, it will be answered" comments. I've explained at the beginning of this video exactly why I do that. But it gives you a kick to think it's a great brush off. And that's what really matters, isn't it, mate? Wink. Right, oh, so what are you saying? You're saying I'm not going to get back to you. What am I doing now? I'm not going to get down. You know, you say this little thing. Are you familiar with Ike's and the Truth Step 3? His statements about J. David Cole, Jews funding Hitler, Holocaust denial. Oh, really? I'm not familiar with it, am I? Wait a minute. What's this? What's this I see before me? What's this then, hey? Jim Skin Pivot. It's a copy of "And the Truth Shall Set You Free." Let's have a look at it, shall we? Let's just check this out, what you've just said. Right, first of all, David Cole. I know who David Cole is. He's actually Jewish. So if you don't like David Cole, you're obviously an anti-Semite. Let's have a look. Cole. You know, I'm just looking in the dictionary now. Cole. Okay, it's not in the dictionary. It's not in the index, sorry. But I've read this book 3 times. So, and I don't remember any reference to David Cole or anything to do with the Holocaust revisionism at all, if I could recall correctly. Anyway, let's have a look through it, shall we? Okay, so let's go to the first. I'll put a few bookmarks in here. So, Jews funding Hitler. Is that what you said here? Let's just see what she's saying. Right, one blah-de blah-de blah. Where does it say? Okay, it's up here. Yeah, here we go. Jews funding Hitler. Right, so I've had a look through all the references to Adolf Hitler. There's about a dozen references. Here's the closest. Here's what it says here. Okay. Schiff was, right, Mr. Schiff, head of a great private banking house of Kuhn, Loeb & Co., which represents the Rothschild interest on this side of the Atlantic. Financial minister, great personal power known as Standard Oil, which was connected to IG Farben, which ran Auschwitz. Schiff was the United States representative of the Rothschilds, a family who was supposed to have little influence or interest in America. It was also a Rothschilds bank, the National City Bank of Cleveland, who financed the early expansion of the... where is it? Sorry, I've lost my place. Where was I? Of the Rockefellers and Harrimans. The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds versus Kuhn-Loeb managed to merge some of their banking interests to form the Chase Manhattan Bank, one of the most influential banking operations in the world to this day. In the early years of the century, the elite's control was tightened still further, and the structure became even more focused and efficient. From the time of Cecil Rhodes, a good Jewish name now, isn't it? The Round Table Secret Society, forming a network of internet-connecting groups. At the elite level, certain families and individuals on both sides of the Atlantic were working together covertly in pursuit of a world government, a world central bank, a world currency, a world army. Right, okay, so let's just find out which synagogue they went to, shall we? I'm sure David says it here, doesn't he? Right. The technology for electronic money and a microchip population were added later. By now, certain names were appearing which would be involved in almost everything of significance. Rockefeller, Rothschild, Morgan, Harriman, Milner, Dulles, Warburg, Roosevelt, the House of Baruch. Such names and organisation within the elite Illuminati Brotherhood network have been behind the 2 world wars and the Russian Revolution, the rise of Adolf Hitler, and the constant manipulation of the financial system. I'm sure David at some point is going to explain where the Chief Rabbi's office handled this paperwork, isn't he? Isn't he? Come on. Jews funded Hitler, didn't they? Didn't he? Let's carry on, shall we? These events have kept humanity in fear and division exactly as required, but it's a fair question to ask, why would they support fascism, communism and capitalism at the same time? And how would this help their plans for the New World Order? This has to be seen on many levels, and hang on. Okay, well there's nothing on that reference. Let's go to the next one, shall we? Nothing about Jews funding Hitler, I see. Let's go to the next one. Right, where was it? Here we go. The elite also control the events and decisions at Versailles. That's the Versailles Peace Treaty in 1919, which ended the World War I formally. Woodrow Wilson was advised there by Colonel House, Committee of 300, Bernard Baruch, both Rothschild's elite representatives, David Lloyd George, Committee of 300, Lord Milner, Com 300. This is all from like I've read the book, The Committee of 300, by, what's his name? It's a good book, that is, yeah. Sir Philip Sassoon, Director Sergeant of Mayor Amschel Rothschild. He was the guy who said, give me control of a nation's currency and I don't care who makes the laws. Clemenceau, George Mandel. See, I'm familiar with this sort of thing. I've looked into it. George Mandel, Jeroboam Rothschild, J.P. Morgan, Dulles, Walter Lippmann, the League of Nations, and the founder of the American branch of the Fabian Society, the Three Stooges at Versailles, which with the Financial Committee Baruch's group decided Germany should pay 12 billion in reparations and other limitation on the German economy. There was a death sentence to the Weimar Republic that would lead to Adolf Hitler's rise to power. Nothing about Jews here. Okay, let's go to the next reference. So I'm interested in getting a debate with you, seeing as you are asking me whether I'm familiar with this book, a book that I've read 3 times. Okay, where are we going now? Okay, where is it? Uniting a nation against a common enemy and convincing the people of their own racial superiority is another powerful weapon of control. The Nazis used this a great deal with their German master race anti-Jewish propaganda. You said on another comment that David would be suited in the Nazi party. I deleted that comment because I respect free speech and I respect reasonable standards of expression that you don't. Libel, defamation, slander, perjury, false witness legislation. I deleted your comment for that reason. Because I respect these things and you don't. This is the man you just said would be good in the Nazi party. Let's go on to the next reference. Oh, we got another one. Oh, that one just fell out. Go on to the next reference here. Where is it? I think the bookmark might have fallen out. Where was it? Here we go. Right. There's got to be some more in here about Jews funding Hitler and the Holocaust. What does he say? Where does he hear about the Holocaust? Let's have a look. All right. Oh yes, this is the closest as far as I can find in this book. I haven't read it for years, but I read it 3 times. Where this is the closest he gets to Holocaust revisionism I can see in this book. Tyranny has many forms. Most of them are less than obvious. Widespread condemnations of Jews in Germany was the result of the Nazis putting out one version of the truth, Jews are horrid, while suppressing alternative information which told another story. Jews are no different from anyone else. What? What? They're no different from anywhere else? But aren't they behind the New World Order? Didn't David say that? Come on, Marlon Solomon told us. Are you going to say it? This is clearly a mind-manipulating tyranny because people were denied all the facts and views available and their attitudes were subsequently imbalanced. But if that is a tyranny which we rightly pledge ourselves to oppose, why do we play a part in suppressing alternative information to the official line of the Second World War? How is it right that while this fierce suppression goes on, free copies of the Steven Spielberg film Schindler's Lists are given to schools to indoctrinate children with the unchallenged version of events? And why do we, who say we oppose tyranny and demand freedom of speech, allow people to go to prison and be vilified, and magazines to be closed down on the spot for suggesting another version of history? How can we not be accused of hypocrisy and of criticising one tyranny while supporting another? Once people think it's okay to suppress different views and evidence, whether we agree with it or not, we are playing God for the rest of our fellow men and women. If the evidence is wrong, then it will be shown to be so under the spotlight of the public arena. If it is true, then what the hell are we doing suppressing it? John F. Kennedy supported this view in his speech at Columbia University in February 1962. He said, "We seek the free flow of information. A nation that is afraid to let the people judge the truth and falsehood is an open market, is a nation afraid of its people." Is there anything there you really disagree with? Surely not. I'm just going to check the tag here. I've got to change the tag. We're now in the 9th. We've actually passed the 8-hour barrier. We're now in the 9th hour. And I'm going to put this tag on as well. Here we go. So I'll put this on as well, just so we know, just to know we're straddling the time boundary. There's nothing there. Is there anything there you disagree with? Is there anything that David said is unreasonable or bigoted or suggesting or bigoted against any particular race, Jewish or otherwise, or Jewish people? Is there? Okay, this is the last reference I'm going to read out. I think it's all. Then I think that really puts an end to it, unless you want to debate this matter, which you won't probably, because you know you can't win. Jewish people are simply wonderful when they allow themselves to be who they really are. I love their humour and their spirit. They have such a contribution to make to the good of the world. But I've rarely met one who really loves himself, who does not carry around the burden of inherited guilt. My friends, it's all about control. It's time to let go. Jewish people, who, with the rest of us, are evolving consciousness which happen to be experiencing a Jewish lifetime, will never be free until they step out of the mental and emotional control of this tiny clique, which uses them in the most merciless ways to advance its own sick and diabolical ambitions, in league with an equally sick clique of non-Jews. You know, Jim Skim Pivot, you need to think and read and research before you make these ridiculous, stupid, slanderous, defamatory comments. How dare you? This book was actually supported by a man called David Solomon, a friend of David's who is Jewish. You have just regurgitated the crap you read in The Guardian. Shame on you! Shame on you, and once again, shame on you. If you think I'll debate you with one hand tied behind my back, you little prick. Honestly, this is one of the worst comments I've ever had posted on my channel. I've read this book 3 times. I've never seen David Cole mentioned in it. If I've missed it, then tell me where. But you won't. You won't, because you're going to lose. Oh, I'm going to move on to BitChute now. It's enough of YouTube. I'm moving on to BitChute. Okay, I made some notes about comments where I have where I actually have these things here. Okay, BitChute comments. Right, there's David Icke reply to Sargon of Akkad. I'll go to my channel first of all. Right, where are we? Now I've had a lot of people. The Slurp Master, I call him. His name's Neff. Here we go. Okay. Zoe P says Sargon of Mossad. Oh, that's not very original. Wayland said, one of the ways to get people to think something is the truth is to attempt but fail to hide it, like the clips of people dropping in the street of coronavirus in China. It must be true because they tried to ban those videos. Well, you see, that's not a general rule. It's a possibility. They think something is truth, but attempt to fail to hide it. It's, in a sense, gives it. If they obviously there's attempt at suppression, it makes it more credible. I think, you know, it's the old Streisand effect. It's the. Oh, anyway. But you see, yeah, that's not a general rule. And I say here, there you are. It may be true or they may be fake. What can't be these days? Banning it adds to its mystique, and that makes more people believe it. Wayland replies, except I'm convinced these videos were fake and the whole world has been primed in advance at every level to react in this way to COVID. Those videos are just really to make sure us tinfoil hatters would get on board with the idea there was a deadly pandemic. Judge a tree by its fruits. The world does think that. And I do say underneath, it's odd they seem to have a vaccine on the line ready to go. They've got it out awfully quickly. Well, it does seem that, well, it's not on the line yet, but they are talking about having it ready in a month or so. Wayland says also, the flat earth is a good one to make people hate. Obviously they find it funny to start with, but that turns to hate when they can't explain how they personally know it's a globe. Not really, because I could explain why it's a globe. I've done a video on that. If you want to text your own open-mindedness, research Flat Earth. If you find you can't even look into it, then you know exactly how people who believe in the lockdown feel when they're told the virus is fake. I quite agree, and I have looked into Flat Earth. I have. And I told him, I actually said I've got a dedicated video on the subject, and Wayland says, I bet it's 4 hours long. No, it's not 4 hours long. I used to be in wireless broadband. The curved Earth calculations always said it would not link. Switching to Flat Earth and the links work. That's my personal experience. Then there's the Flat Earth photography. Absolutely without a shadow of doubt it's flat. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm not denying all the things that prove the curve. Well, you can't be. It must be one or the other, Wayland. It can't be both. But you must recognise proof when you see it. Ships do not go over the horizon. They only appear to until magnification is increased. I don't think that's the case, actually. And besides, these things do prove the curve, I think. I mean, I know not everyone's believes. And as I say here, on Skegness Beach you can see the top halves of the turbines of the offshore wind farm, but not the base. Wayland then says here, why did the PM allow himself to get infected? Well, Sargon perhaps he was poisoned by someone political purposes. Maybe he just caught it. He didn't allow himself to get infected. He probably caught it for Alpha Angela Ledson, actually. Boris was all set for the herd immunity policy and did a rapid U-turn the day after the announcement. Having nearly died, Boris has totally changed his position on the policies and even shut up about getting Brexit done. I would imagine that nearly dying would change one's perspective on that particular danger. They could even have a word with him. He didn't nearly die. I mean, he was kept in ITU as a precaution. He was never put on a ventilator, but he did have trouble breathing. Quite clearly, anyone capable of looking at the available evidence rationally would realise that the lockdown is very dangerous to our way of life. Also bad for our health. They would see the other countries without lockdown are doing better. They would conclude it was the wrong policy, yet we continue. You know, my position on the lockdown is I think it's a bad thing. I do believe that we need to take certain precautions. I don't believe in just wandering around as normal. But it's gone way over the top, Wayland. Way over the top. Piers Morgan, this is Wayland talking now, says, oh, I've got to just, you have to add two little blots. You can't put the same comment on twice. Piers Morgan came down with COVID yesterday, but because he's essential they tested him and he doesn't have it. I think I don't see how Piers Morgan is essential. I think anyone who sort of likes persuades him to take a day off sick, I would consider them essential key workers. Thank God for that. Can you imagine the state of the country would be in if he took 2 weeks off? It would be hell on earth, Wayland. I'd be weeping, wondering, when's poor Piers coming back? When's poor Piers coming back? Yeah. Essentially, this was a stunt whilst he had a cold to jump even more on the COVID bandwagon. The difference between Piers and Boris is they were not going to let him play that game. I reckon he was tested so rapidly in order to put a stop to this game. Whereas with Boris, it was political capital in him having it. It was actually ill. He was actually ill to get him out of the way while they get on with the lockdown and abandon herd immunity. I've never thought about that, Wayland, but it's a possibility. It really is. It's so rapidly. But I mean, you can't prove. Boris could have caught it anywhere at any time, like other people do. I don't know. Wayland continues, I worry about you, Ben. I think you're becoming a bit of a normie. I think the Queen's a lizard. How can I be a normie? This stuff I'm pointing out is more likely than not, considering the way some enemy or other is completely shutting down the world to a greater extent than even a world war could have done in 2 months. Oh, I know, Wayland, and but you see, you say I'm becoming a normie, and I'm getting this from I'm on the bridge being shot at from both sides here, because I do have a much more conventional view of coronavirus than most people in the truth movement, but from the point of view of the mainstream, I'm still a loony. I think there is a real virus, for example. I think the lockdown, but the lockdown is too extreme, but there does need to be some kind of precaution. But at the same time, I think 5G is still a threat and things like that. I mean, you've got to allow people to disagree without calling them normies. He carries on. They poisoned Archduke Franz Ferdinand in order to start World War I, so why not make Boris a little ill? The stakes are even higher in this game. They actually shot him in Sarajevo in 1914, Wayland. It wasn't a poison. Could have been, though. But as I said, you know, not everything that happens in the world happens because the Illuminati wanted to happen. Things go against their plans sometimes, now more than ever. Nuff says, off topic, by hearing you slurp and swallow whenever you're drinking was the point of where my curiosity about your opinion was overshadowed by my refusal to listen with you interacting with fluids. Is it really that bad? I mean, the thing, it's because I use this mic, I think. Yeah, maybe I need like a stand-up mic with a pop shield or something. That might help. But anyway, Nuff, I object to this, and Nuff says, my apologies, my comment was rude and pretentious. I'm usually better at interacting online, but sometimes get lost in all the anonymity of it all. Thanks for not responding with what could have been some justified irritation. He's so eloquent, this guy. Things that stand out really stand out for me, even more so when repeated. So for me, yes, it was that bad. Once my brain latches onto something like that, it's hard to focus on anything else. You are funny, Neff, you really are. Now, Nuff says, perhaps you could explore not drinking during a video. I have to drink because otherwise I get too dry. I mean, this is an 8-hour plus video. I'm going to get dry. And you're not going to believe this. Neff has gone through this entire video and put here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 timestamps about when I drink and slurp. Oh. Unbelievable. Oh, well, you know, you have your finger on the pulse of my viewers, you really do. Who needs Frasier when you have the slurp mast? Oh, apparently there's an app here which shows only 4G in his area. Yeah, there is a 5G app. I don't have 5G yet in my area. I mean, they say you can find it on your phone. I've not found any. They tell you what to look out for on your phone. But anyway, that's we're going to David Icke band now. To the next video where I know I've got comments, and then I'll go through the more recent comments that are actually on my feed here. The BitChute system is slightly different to it's different to YouTube. It works slightly differently. Here we go. Where we are, right. Ian R. Crane, Wayland says Ian R. Crane has hinted people should burn down the 5G towers. I didn't hear him say that. I haven't watched all his videos, but that's a bit reckless, isn't it? You know, incitement to criminal damage is reckless, and it's criminal. Personally, I don't think these people climbed the towers and set light to the antennas. They would set fire to the box at the bottom. Easier, I reckon. The antenna caught fire due to impedance mismatch at kilowatt power. You can set fire to things in your microwave oven. Those antennas are like microwave ovens with the door open. Oh, right. Let's see. That's an interesting point there, Neff. Thur Hungard said, do you genuinely think David Icke is for real, or are you in cahoots with them? Oh, God. No, David Icke is for real. Wayland actually says this. And unless you can say why he's not genuine, then post his disinfo. Thundergod, he's a millionaire. That's enough for me. But again, Thunhungard, you got to ask why he left a bloody career in TV. Honestly. And oh dear, here we go. This is just repeating the same shite we've heard before. I don't know if he is, but so what? Simple mathematics. Write popular books, collect profit. These millionaires to distrust are those who run businesses which ought to fail but seem to do well. For instance, there was a time when Amazon would send the same order to every address on your account, but charge you only for one. A business that sloppy should, by the rules of economics, have failed. Oh, right, I didn't know that, but yeah. Thunhungard says, yeah, profiting by collecting, stealing wisdom and info of other people. What? Has David done that? Really? Well, he doesn't always. He hasn't. I think what you mean is he hasn't credited people. You're going to go on about the jinn or something like this other guy did. He can just ask his Masonic buddies to give him some secret knowledge. What? You're not going to refer to that stupid fake photo of David as a Freemason, are you? It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Profit is good, says Wayland. Yeah. Well, exactly. The Communist Party didn't take power in the night, did it? But then Wayland has a rather long comment here. I'm too tired to read it, but it's basically repeating the same thing about Amazon. I said here, everyone and his dog has been accused of being a shill. That's not very original, you know. Have you seen my Shill Squad series? Thurhungard says, this is because everyone and their dog are shills, and I don't trust people who are multiple times on the Alex Jones show. You've got shill fever really badly, Thurhungard. You really have. You are a real shillhead. You know that? Yeah, so that's the end of that one. So the next one is Apollo Detectives debate, right? It's nice to have all these comments on BitChute, I must say. I mean, it is nice to have that. Okay, Texas Forever says, nothing has landed on other planets. Sorry, kid, but don't stay up late waiting for Santa Claus. The truth isn't for you. Oh, Texas Forever, are you honestly saying, oh, surely Santa Claus is real, isn't he? Surely he must have done. I say here, no, lots of craft from Earth have landed on other planets, most of them in a secret space program. As for Santa, he is real. I saw him on TV. Texas Forever says, you see cartoons landing on Mars. I think you mean that that little Looney Tune guy with the black face and the Roman helmet, who sort of like goes after Bugs Bunny's spaceship or something. Yeah, no. You see, what do you mean by that Mars images are faked? And yes, I do think they are. Some of them are faked. I mean, I must admit that. So there is information from Mars which is faked, and I've talked about that a lot. And I know that Richard D. Hall, Richard Planet TV, they've talked about that too. So yeah, I mean, I must admit, but I don't think everything is faked. I mean, it's possible that, based on Richard's book that I read, that the Mars rovers and that are faked, and it was all done on an island off the coast of Canada. That's perfectly possible. Okay, anyway, reply to comments 28. This is the last one I did. We've got one here. Here we go. Reply to comments 28. And who wants to talk to me here? Oh, there's nothing here. Well, they've deleted their comment. Okay, I'm going to go now to my comments. Right, Gene Skinner interview. Kevin Lee. All right, there's a new one just appeared. Kevin Lee. I live down the street in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, from the torn-down building of the James Randi Institute. It's gone. I smile every day I drive by. Haha. His critical nature to our movement is nearly over. He will return soon in spirit. At his age. Is it really gone? Has the JREF gone? I know. Okay, I actually did a video about this because a couple of years ago the JREF downsized radically, but I didn't know that because that's basically where Randy lives. Hang on a minute. James Randi. Let's have a look. Firstly, is James Randi alive? I mean, he's pretty old. I mean, he's born 1928, so he's now 91. He's still alive. But I know what happened was, I know that the whole California office of the JRF shut down. Official website, let's have a look. Still there, yeah. JRF education module still available, 7th of April 2020. 2018 JRF Awards 2019. The JRF status, here we go. Effective 9th of the 1st, 2015, the JRF has made major changes, include converting to a grant-making foundation and no longer accepting applications for the $1 million prize from the general public. Old site archives, April 2020. It's still here, Kevin. It's still here. Randy's still alive. Obviously he's not going to be. He's 91, so I mean he's not going to be around that much longer, is he? But you actually live down the street from the JREF headquarters in Florida, because I know that that's Randy's home as well, and it's gone. Randy must have moved. He must have moved. But that's an interesting piece of information, Kevin Lee. I will look into it, but that is news to me, and there could be many reasons for that. But I mean, I haven't seen them talking about it in the skeptic media. I'll have to check that out. I haven't been following it as close as I used to. But we will now go back to my feed and go to see if there's any other comments here. I've got over 300 notifications, usually new videos from my subs. Oh, BitChute is so bloody good, it really is. It's not perfect, I mean, it has problems. For example, there's the eternal processing video. About a quarter of the videos I upload, I have to re-upload because they are on sort of processing status forever. Apparently everyone gets that problem. But, you know, for a new website that's kind of still a bit beta-like, it's not bad. Okay, we have no more comments, I don't think. Yep, that's it. Okay, that's it for BitChute. Now I'm just going to go back once more to my comments on. I'm just going to go back once more to my comments on. Oh, I've got one more. Oh, that one. Yep. All right. This is my last comment. This is the last one I'm going to reply to. Then that's the end of the video. I just said I'm going to be answering the comments in on the reply to comments video, and I'll just put here. He just says you're very welcome. That's all he says. I'll just say I'll reply to that comment, and it'll be answered in approximately the 9th hour. We're on the 9th hour now. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I'll take one more look at the comments section, and then I think I'll call it. I don't need this timer anymore. We've still got 20 minutes, so that's 8.5 hours. Bleeding heck! That's just 1 month of comments. Let's go to the comments section here. Let's have a look. Yep, that's it. Okay, guys, thank you very much. This has been a really good video. It's been fun. I've got it all done in 2 days. I'm just going to hopefully get it up by tomorrow, Friday. Both parts will be up by sometime tomorrow. I might even be able to upload part 1 tonight. Just want to say thank you for all the comments. They've been great. They've been informative. I've learned a lot from them. I've had fun with them. Even some of the rude ones have been very amusing. So, friends and enemies alike, I really appreciate you taking part in this reply to comments video. Because if you didn't post these comments, this video wouldn't happen. You take care of yourselves. There'll be another video coming very soon, a Mage update and a lot of other things. So many thanks for watching this long video. Hospital Port as pride and dignity. Stop the New World Order.